Namaste, more like nah shitty. Oh. What's up, Nashidi? What's up, wrong person? Have you calmed down yet? Sounds like a story. Sounds like a story happened that I missed. Story? Oh. Well, I mean, you know, that's a story, right? There's a story behind it, I think. Mother is coming in 3 days, so what? Sorry. I was a little confused for a moment, and then like before I didn't get it immediately, so I was like, I feel like there's something more to this that I'm not getting. I better tread carefully. So I treaded carefully, and then yeah, it's true. There was something more to it, and then I finally got it after a million years. What? You still alive? There you go. As a miner, I'm terrified of him. Oh no, Nashidi following the trend, the new online trend that all streamers and YouTubers and other online personalities have been following. Well, less following and more leading the pack on. Oops. That's not right. There you go. I was farming talent books as well today. I was 7 green. Green. Green are the smallest ones, right? 7 green, 42 blue, 30 purples. 30 purples already? Jeez. I actually only just started farming today. Where's the other one? Don't you just love it when a C6 Ganyu gets to flex? I mean, my Ganyu is not like, yeah, it's C6, but it's nowhere near any like whale builds. But it just feels nice. It just feels nice getting to actually like do the whole like E click thing. Just feels awesome, you know? Didn't follow the trend. I just made a few in quotes, comments of 2 ZZZ characters. Okay. Sorry. All right, Nash. I have a thing for some ZZZ characters. Okay, which ones did you give a few comments on? I started playing ZZZ again yesterday. Got 3 5-stars today. Wow. Really? You must have had quite a lot of premium currency left before you took a break. Need 38 to crown 1. Ability 38? 38 what? Oh, 38 purple ones, right? Okay, okay. Yeah, I'm way behind on that. Like I'm nowhere near. How many? Like 38? Wow, I can't believe you already like did the math on that. Hang on. Okay, 19 plus 47 divided by 3, 22 plus 11. So I have 33 purples only. Like if I turned everything into purples, I only have 33. And then I wouldn't have any more left of these. Flex a C6 Siege Wayne. Oh my god. Now that's a real flex. Because like, okay, so the flex there is yes. Like you're either rich enough that you just, you know, bought a bunch of primos, or you worked hard enough, and not just like, you know, farming Primogems and waiting for a Siege Win rerun. Has she even had a rerun yet? No. Okay, yeah, okay. Right, like you somehow knew she was coming, and then you saved up and you skipped like every other, like, you know, like top tier 5-star because you knew Siege Win was gonna be released soon. Now that's an actual flex. The mental fortitude that you'd need to have to be able to skip all those characters to get C6 Siege Queen. Nivelette is too much here. I can't even use 2 charge stacks and they die already. Wow, that's a pretty good Nivelette you got. I mean, I don't remember bringing a Nivelette here. My Nivelette, like, I'd need to actually, like, do some kind of setup. Like, not the full setup, but just a partial setup with Nivelette in this domain. But I have to use the burst here. I have to use, like, 3 or more, I think. My Nivelette's just not very good. Anyway, what's up, everybody? Chokoshu, hello, man. Overpowered. Tekato, good to see you guys. Jane Doe. Caesar Yanagi Ju. What? Is that one character? Caesar Yanagi Ju Yuan. That's one character? All those words? What? where was I facing? Where did that bloom go? That bloom certainly went nowhere. Oh, seven fragile resin. 7. How do you have? Oh, fragile. Sorry, I was thinking condensed. Why do you have so few already? Who do you use it on? Zhu Yuan? Wait, who's that? Oh, that's the police girl. No, no. I don't know. Like I'm not into her. I'm not into her. Like I don't know what it is about these, like, because like she clearly took a bit of inspiration from Tracer, right? Tracer from Overwatch. Um but like I don't know what it is about these kinds of characters. I just feel like they're trying too hard to make them look attractive, and like for some reason that just turns me off instead. What? I prefer characters that don't even try, you know, like characters that are like focused on like other stuff, right? Like they don't care about it. Like, well, not that they fully don't care about it, but like it's clearly not like something that takes up a lot of their attention. Like appearances. Characters that have like other things to worry about. So, what's her name? Jane Doe is the rat girl, right? She's the rat girl. She is. How do I explain it? He's someone that you'd very quickly, like, okay, let's say you're just going about your day, like and then she's somebody that your eyes would like would go like, what was that, and then like go back onto, and then you'd really, and then like, okay, most guys would be like, would just whistle instantly. Yeah, immediately, right? But then I would be like, oh, okay. Or you'd watch her trailer. I think I've seen one. I don't really know, like, trailer, character demo. I don't know. Like, it's to Hoyo. It feels like they're the same thing, but they just give them different names. A demo, a trailer. But yeah, I've seen the one where like she was interrogating this like buyer or like courier. Oh, I don't know who it was. Oh wait, no, sorry. I'm an idiot. Yeah, okay, sorry. You said ZZZ. No, I was thinking Star Rail. I was thinking Star Rail. That's the wrong game. No, no. Oh, I just realized this ascension tracker that I set up. I set up for talent, like 2 talents at level 9, and then I just, you know, through the grapevine of the internet and through the loud voices of the wonderful people of the town square of the internet, I found out that you're supposed to crown her skill. Hey, what's up, Ali? Good to see you, man. Jane Doe tries the hardest out of anyone in the world. Yeah, yeah, and that's why you immediately, like your eyes instantly have to like instantly say like, oh, I have to see that, I have to confirm what that was, and then like for me, because this, the try hard, it turns me off, and then I'd be just like, okay, cool. Because it's shameful. Oh no, the voices. Yeah, her skill needs to be maxed. Oh yeah, I hear the voices. The voices of the world. Cuz okay, and the thing too is, okay, I'm a little nervous about her C3. So her C3 normally, right? C3s are levels for significant talents for 5 stars, right? And normally you can, well, not like, normally it's an upgrade, yeah, but it's typically not like that big of an upgrade. but it's quite a few percentage more this time on her, right? It's quite a few percentage more. So, I and I'm already planning to try and go for C2. Um, so I'm kind of nervous about like would I be making the wrong choice whether trying to go for C3 or not? Here's my name if you didn't know. Oh, oh, sorry, Ali. I thought it was like because like I remember there were like one or two Alis that have been here before, so I thought you were that Ali. What was your name before, Ali? I've saved some K primos for Arle so far. Arle is gonna be a while, I think. But not too long, but soonish, soonish. So if you're planning to go for Arlecchino and or C1, I think saving up let's say 200. Yeah, I think having 200 to 230 might be like a safe bet. If you ever plan on going for Arlecchino's C1, like C0 and C1. 9% is nothing more when you already have so much. Yeah, but then like without the extra 9%, it's oh man, I don't remember the exact number. I don't remember the exact number. So it's slightly less than Kazuha's, right? Sorry, not Kazuha, but VV rather. It's slightly less than. Okay, yeah, it's slightly less than VV. And the other thing that I'm kind of I changed it from Ahmed to Ali. Oh, Ahmed, that's you. Okay, okay. $180 wishes for 9%. Okay, so now that you put it that way, then yeah, it's definitely not worth it. But it's technically it's not 180, it's more like 160 really, because like it's really hard to get to 90 pity. So 160 sounds more realistic. It sounds more average for most people. The C3 would be your Arla C1. Okay. Yeah. That's right. That's right. That's right. Yes. Or my Nivelette C1. Or my Nivelette Tomb of Eternal Flow, I think is what his weapon's called. Better getting a C1 or something for another unit. Yep, definitely. I think so. I think so. You know, another thing that I'm worried about is, well, not worried, but more like skeptical about how good it's gonna be is this thing. So with Kazuha, okay, there are some conditions with Kazuha, right? Like you have to be able to at least you have to be at least to fight, you know, you have to be fighting enemies that you can at least put the elements on that you want to shred the resistance of. Right? And if that simple condition is met, which by the way is, you know, it's a very simple condition to meet, but there are just situations where it's just impossible to meet that. So it's either yes or no. In most cases it's yes. In some cases it's absolutely not. But with Xilonen, it's always yes. But on the other side is the other side that's conditional with Xilonen is this thing. So I have to somehow hang on. Let me typing character triggers reaction, no elemental type. Elemental type. Okay, gain 12% damage bonus to elemental types involved in a reaction. Okay. Skipping character, Night's Old Blessing State, triggering the effect. Nearby party members, 28%. So, okay, yeah, so I have to crystallize the elements that I want to get this buff on. So it's very similar to just VV and Kazuha, where I need to swirl the element that I want to reduce resistances of and get the damage percent buff on. With Xilonen, the res shred is guaranteed, and it's a longer duration. And another thing, negative side, she has no crowd control. Positive side, she has healing. Okay, another positive side, or sorry, a negative side is it's basically VV. I still, but instead of swirl, it's crystallize. So yeah, like way longer duration. I guess the way longer duration and like guaranteed no matter what. Res shred is nice. Like it makes up for not having crowd control. That and healing, having healing. It makes up for lacking the crowd control. I don't know. I'm just thinking like this is something that I'm probably gonna have to get used to. So something that I was thinking that Xilonen very easily is basically the 100% solution on was aggravate with Nahida. So aggravate with Nahida, I kind of thought was gonna be completely fixed by Xilonen, and then I realized yes, but not completely. So the problem with aggravate Nahida, aggravate with Nahida as your Dendro character, is Nahida's Dendro is so strong that you can hardly put Electro on the enemy again, like after your first rotation, so that you could swirl Electro again to res shred again, and if you're using Kazuha, get the damage percent buff, or if you're using Sucrose to get the EM share for your next rotation. But on Xilonen, okay, the red shred is always there, but this thing is still gonna be like really hard to get. You won't destroy and completely bench your Kazuha once you get Xilonen. Yeah, and then I figured that Xilonen's not gonna make it so that people completely bench their Kazuha, because they're basically gonna be like Xingqiu and Yelan. That's how I see. Yeah, that's how I see Xilonen to Kazuha. Is Xilonen to Kazuha is exactly what Yelan was to Xingqiu. Like now you have two Kazuhas, right? It's not that Yelan was the replacement to Xingqiu. Yelan was the second Xingqiu. And Xilonen is not the replacement to Kazuha. She's the second Kazuha. So I don't know. Like I just had like my hopes. My hopes were like so high up, right? I just had my hopes so high up that I don't want to like I guess I feel a little disappointed that it's not gonna be like this, like 100% solution to everything that I was missing with Kazuha. And then like I understand it's fine. It's actually still very good. It's just that like I got my hopes way too high up. I just got my hopes way too high up. It's not important against single target / boss, but against multi-target normal attacks, that's a quality of life you would always want to have. Two Kazuha is better than one. Hope for Xilonen to be the whole team. Hey, at C6, I think she can be. Have you all heard about her C6? I mean, like, okay, it's nothing that we haven't seen before, but it's nothing we haven't seen before. We've seen it in other characters before. Like, okay, we actually just memed about it a few minutes ago. Siegeween. We have it with Nahida to some degree. Nahida's to some degree. Farina and who else has a constellation like that? Oh, Chiori. Chiori's genuine. Genuine, actually, like actually really broken. By the way, C6 genuine is like insane. I don't know why that even exists in the game. If there's like a limited 5-star that is worth it to C6, like genuine would be on that list. So one would be very clearly. Shoot, I had somebody in mind already. Who did I have in mind? Wait. If there was like a limited 5-star that was worth it to C6, okay. Oh, Nivelette, definitely like easy choice to C6, like worth it to C6. Yelan C6 and Genuine would be up there too. I'm not too familiar with Arlecchino's higher constellations. Other than that, like I can't really think of like other characters that are like way worth it to C6. And heals 20 billion. No. I I was hoping she would heal the future. You know, like I would just have like this the game would have this debt to me. Like they would have this healing debt that they have to pay me back in. So like I wouldn't, like every time I take damage, they would take it towards that debt, and like my HP bar just wouldn't go down until that debt is fully repaid. Sino, Baiju, Farina. Wait, Sino, Baiju, Farina, Xilonen. Sino, Baiju, Farina, Xilonen. Yeah, that's pretty good. I think, yeah, that's actually pretty good. Yeah, that's certain. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I heard I saw your earlier message about the quote unquote Sino buff. That's true, actually. Yeah, because Sino's multipliers are just not high enough without VV shred and without VV shred and EM share for Sucrose or the damage percent buff from Kazuha. So like you really need to use really need to VV shred your Electro on Sino before getting on Sino. But Sino's uptime, like field time, is too long for the VV shred to last. And obviously you can't swap back to your Animo character. So yeah, that's actually pretty good. The villa is not worth C6 because it already destroys everything. I don't understand the thought process here. Have you ever seen a C6 Nivelette? It's kind of, I mean, like C1 and C2, no, C3 Nivelettes are already like, they already feel like, you know, Giga Whale territory with especially with his weapon. But like, I binge watch content and all. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot who I was talking to. She could heal your heart with everything. When everything rolls into defense. No, that's Siege Rain's job. Hey, what's up, Bulbasaur? Good to see you again. You'd be perfect. She heals the whole team, which I know is too much to ask. She? Wait, who? Who's the ultimate Sino buff? Is the bench. The bench. Just hose forever, right? Sino mains were like another Sino support. Still need Baiju. Baiju, by the way, is like, so hang on, who made Baiju? It was Farina, right. So Baiju's value as a character was like very, well, no, I wouldn't say very low before Farina's release. And like Farina's release only very slightly increased Baiju's value, but it was just enough. It was just enough to make it so that to make it so that Baiju was now a quote unquote necessary character. Not to many players, but to way more players than than it used to be before Farina's release. Oh right. I gotta do this event thing. Baiju value skyrocketed because of Nebula. Yeah, that's another one. Game of the game is Nebula, Baiju, Farina, Kazuha. Wait, Nebula, Baiju, Farina, Kazuha. So, okay, Kazuha with the swirl, Baiju with the bloom. Ah, like if you had C1. Yaya and Jane Doe, English VA are the same. Man, English VAs kind of don't matter at the at least now. Right, because like we don't even get to hear their voices anymore with this whole strike going on. By the way, like what is this strike all about that I keep hearing about? Where XX exploration? What's up, so spirit? No, we're done with XX exploration, man. English VAs are just BS. Really? I mean, I don't know what this oops. What this strike is about. What is it about? Let's C1 R1 Xilonen C2 R1. Farina C2 R1. Kazuha C0 R1. Oh, this is like an end game like either low spender or potentially free to play. Like free to play, very high investment kind of team. What is XX exploration? No, it's nothing, Ahmed. It was the title of my stream last week, I think, or 2 weeks ago. I don't remember. For like my exploration stream when I did exploration in Natlan. To make companies not use AI in their work field, which is understandable. Really? Okay, what? So, so it's not like a strike against just Hoyo. Like, okay. Right? It's not just a Hoyo thing. It's like an industry thing, right? Oops. I love the concept of this like event, right? Like you tell them to okay, all right, let's go with that pose, and then you check the time and you're like, okay, hold that pose. Let's wait like 6 hours from now, okay? We have to take this picture 6 hours from now, so just hold that pose, all right? Hold that pose for 6 hours. All right, perfect. Thank you. Xilonen useful in geo teams? Yes. She shreds geo resistance as well. I think it's like automatic, right? Like as long as she has one of her crystal things is geo, it's just always on. At least that's my understanding of it. C6 R5. You know, like when you have when you have multiple characters at C6 R5, Genshin sort of just feels like a different game. Like you're not really like trying to play, you know, like okay, most of us, right? Most of us non-giga whales, are like the kind of game we're playing is okay, especially like for us more combat oriented ones. We're the game we're trying to play is do all the chores, get all the free stuff in the game until and then use what limited resources we have until we do good enough damage. That's sort of the game we have. But like once you enter that territory, like you have multiple characters at C6 R5, the game starts to become more like, okay, I have, like, you don't even think about, do I have enough damage yet? Because like you just will. You just, you know, it's just there already. The things you're thinking about are very different. You're thinking about, okay, like how many milliseconds can I shave off of my timer in Spiral Abyss? Or to fight this boss? Or this one? Or that one? Arena review? Probably later, Ali. Yeah, do you want me to... Like, what's wrong with your Farina? Probably later. I still have to finish this event, and then I have to use up my resin on my second and third accounts. Because my second and third accounts are going to cap on resin in about 3? No, about 2-ish hours from now. But yeah, like after this event and after I finish up all my resin. I'm using JP Dub anyways, since day one. JPVA are a lot more professional and also wholesome. No propaganda behind. English VAs are no worth outside their industry, but look at the JP in Korea. Was even if Korean and CN VAs are that famous. Ever seen or heard anything unprofessional from them, unlike English scene? Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, I can't say much about, like, I can't compare them to the Asian VAs. But all I do know is like the English, a lot of the English, not everyone, right? I'm sure not everyone, but like a lot of the English VAs, like they involve themselves in drama, like internet drama. And I'm like, okay, so I understand you're also real people, right? I do understand that. But you have a career. Like, y'all are professionals in your industry. Have you ever seen a lawyer? Well, I'm sure there are like one or two of them every now and then, but do you see lawyers tweeting about their hurt feelings when like when they hear about, like, you know, like, some drama online? Or a doctor? Like, do you see them do that? Like, sure, maybe some, but like not everyone. Or let's say an engineer. Right? Like, you don't see engineers or architects do that. I swear, the term professional is only on paper nowadays. You have 3 accounts? I can hardly keep up with one. I guess I'm just lucky enough, Ali. But, you know, I can just barely keep up with 3 accounts. Just barely. How do we forget about the Tarnari incident? Oh, man. Yeah, okay. Man, I can't. I don't even know where to begin about all the. Any more? Okay, gotta switch. About all the. How do I explain? Like behavioral? I don't know if the term behavioral stuff is appropriate for this. I guess it is. Yeah. Like okay, behavior. Like all the behavioral stuff, right? Because okay, sure, yes, you hear that from some some of the Asian VAs, but you just hear that left and right with the English VAs. Hey, what's up, Fahad? Oh, well, that was a fatal right click right there. People need to understand feelings aren't cared for in a world like that. I don't think, yeah, and like, sure, yes, you can partially blame this on and I'm not just targeting English VAs specifically here, by the way. I'm talking about like most like English. No, English the term English professional sounds wrong. Like most professionals that are in English speaking countries, like most Western professionals, is like they just can't keep themselves from involved. Like they just can't stop themselves from getting involved in drama, and it's partially their fault because they can. It's their choice. They're grown adults, right? So they can choose to just not involve themselves with any of this drama and stuff. But and okay, so yes, it's partially their fault, but I think another one at fault here is also just the type of people that that are in their communities, because the type of culture that they have. Okay, like look at what happened to Tenha. Remember what happened to Tenha during the whole Three Fates incident? Right, like everyone was quote unquote boycotting Hoyo. Like they said that no, like we were not gonna wish for, like, we're not gonna spend money, we're not gonna wish, we're not gonna wail or anything because we're boycotting, haha. And then like Tenha, that's his content. That's the kind of content he makes. He can't just stop his job. You know what I mean? He can't just stop earning money for your cause. That's not his cause. That's your cause. And okay, Tenha's like okay, I don't know the guy obviously, right? Like I don't know him personally, obviously. Um, but like he just seems like the kind of guy that just wants everyone to get along, and he just wants. He doesn't. He seems like not a very social kind of guy. Like IRL, but he seems like a genuinely nice guy. He just wants to be left alone, but he also just, like he's the kind of guy that will, like, okay, like if you're falling in line at like an ATM or something, right? And like you're taking like really long with whatever your transactions are at the ATM. He seems like the kind of guy that just will just stay like completely silent and wait wait for you to finish and get out of, like, get away from the machine. Like he will just wait until you're completely done before he, like before he moves. Like he just won't say anything to you, just won't bother you, right? Like he seems like that kind of person. And like those people are like very harmless. And then he just got roasted. He just got trashed on by the Western community. He stopped for a, yeah, because of that. And it's so, I don't know, it's so disheartening to hear about it, right? Like just this like guy that just leaves people alone, but also wants to be left alone. Just wants to keep doing his thing because he's not involved in it. It doesn't, you know, he doesn't have any stake in your cause, right? Like why would he risk his livelihood for your cause when it doesn't affect him? Wait, I remember I saw like a message from someone about brain rot, internet brain rot. Where was it? Oh, there it is. Internet brain rot is a very contagious disease. Unfortunately, and the thing too is, it's it can be transmitted online. it's not it's not contagious through physical contact, or like it's not airborne, it's not waterborne. It can be transmitted from one host to another online. That's the most dangerous part about it. Hey, what's up, Unrevealed? How you doing, man? They're roasting Tenha because his content is wailing in Genshin, which means supporting Genshin wholeheartedly. Yeah, it's just unfortunate. Would anyone summarize what happened for me? I'm curious. Summarize what happened for me? Oh, sorry. Chokoshu was summarizing it. Yeah. So it was the three fates thing. You know how like the Western community said that they were gonna boycott Hoyo, by like they're not gonna spend any money on Genshin. They weren't gonna whale for it. Like nobody was gonna whale, right? And then like Tenha, because that's his content, right? Like his content is whaling. He kept whaling. So and like he kept whaling as he normally does. Right, and then everyone just, dunked on him. His community, people outside his community. I know. Right? It's so stupid. It just doesn't make sense. You just you think about it and you're like, how does someone come to this conclusion? Because you, the reasonable person, are trying to understand right? Like it's just the reasonable thing to do. You try to understand other people, but then no matter how hard you try, it's just so hard, you cannot understand what kind of people think like that. These kids need a break from the internet. I think the loudest ones, and okay, I was about to say an age range, about who the loudest ones are when it comes to this kind of internet drama and stuff. I was about to say young people, right, like teenagers and stuff, but then I thought about it a little bit more, and it's actually not just teenagers. It's there are also a bunch of these so most of them I would say are probably teenagers, and then quite a lot of them I would say are either in their late teens or early 20s, and quite a few of them I think are also in their mid 20s, and quite a few of them as well are in their late 20s, and not very many are in their early 30s, but there's still some in their early 30s, and there's a sprinkle of people in their mid 30s and late 30s. Man child, I okay, that sounds right. Man child, yeah, that sounds appropriate. So it's either these man children that are still living in their parents' basements at 27 years old, or it's these glorified overprivileged people in their early 20s that think that they're right just because they were graced by their parents with college tuition, and they finished college. Their school basically handed them a job, and then are earning enough that they're living a comfortable life, and then like after all of this, they think it was completely on completely due to their hard work, only their hard work, and they think that like because everything in their life feels like it went right. They think that, oh, because I'm right, my opinions are right, my choices are right. Like they overprivileged, overprivileged Westerners. Yeah, so for them, they just keep making their life miserable and full of problems. The thing too is like, so yes, some of them do make, like, by doing this, they also make their own lives miserable. But what's sad about it is most of them, because they're so emotionally detached and just these are the kinds of people that just completely lack empathy, right? Like, so when I say empathy, I mean this feeling. Okay, like here's an example, right? You're just out and about on your just on a normal day, and you accidentally bump into someone, and the normal person would feel absolutely horrified, absolutely ashamed and embarrassed, and would feel so bad for whoever they bumped into, because it's not something that almost ever do, right? But it does happen, but you just feel so bad about it that you kind of just, like, I don't know, you want to like go buy them some coffee or something. You want to like help them out, like mow their lawn for them or something, right? Because you feel so bad about it, right? But these kinds of people they do not have that. They absolutely do not have that. They will absolutely treat you like a criminal if you do the same thing that they do to you. Like, if you do to them what they will very likely do to you, they will treat you like, oh no, like I'm racist. Look, he's a murderer. He's a criminal. He's stealing. He's black. Right? Like these kinds of people. But then when when you Uno reverse card on them, they're the victim and you're the bad guy. But when they are actually the bad guy, you're the bad guy. That's what these kinds of people are. And what sucks about it is because it's a lot of these people are so in tune with online drama and stuff. That means most of them are very likely very loud on the internet, and very, like, so much of their lives are basically logged on the internet. Like there's a log of their lives on the internet. So they are more likely to be able to project a sort of, what's the word I'm looking for? Project a sort of narrative. That's the word I'm looking for. Project a narrative. The narrative that makes them seem like the good guys. Because their lives, or at least the version of their lives that they want everyone to see, is basically logged on the internet. There's a log of it on the internet. Because of the types of people these are. Which means if you somehow get in the crosshairs of one of these kinds of people, and you are somebody, a person like Tenha, who just doesn't care about any of this drama, doesn't involve themselves very much with social media, because you just want to be left alone, you leave other people alone, and you just want to keep doing your own thing. Just want to go on with your life. You are very likely to often be at a disadvantage when it gets to the point where it becomes legal trouble. $24.2 crit rate ascension. I don't think it's 24.2. Isn't it like 18 point something? Because I remember crit damage is 38 point something. Yeah, 38 point something, and then yeah. So I feel like crit rate is like 18 point something or 19. I think it's 19. I think 24 might include the the 5% that every character has at base. Well, yeah, I guess technically that still answers the question. All right. That was a dumb. That was a dumb. My bad. My bad. How dare you walk into me? That's exactly it. Yeah. And then like the thing was too is that they were just standing still, and they were the one walking, and then they would be like, "How dare you walk into me? Watch where you're going," and you're like, "But I'm just standing here." No, and then they just like, "No, you weren't. I saw you. You were walking. You were on your phone." And they're just standing around. They're just like, no, you were just standing around. You were just talking to your buddy, and like this lady just comes up to you, this Karen, this Karen just bumps into you, walking at like 65 miles an hour. Like somehow they were speeding. Somehow they were speeding just by walking. What the? What? There was a wall up there. There's like a water wall that it couldn't go through. Okay, there's nothing down here though. How dare you breathe air with me? How dare you live on the same planet as me? Oh, RJ, calm down. Okay. All right. I did get kind of heated there. I did get kind of heated because I just see this so often, man. And I'm not even on social media, and I still somehow see a lot of it. I'm not even on social media. Like, okay, so this is one of the reasons why I'm not on social media anymore. Like, the only form of social media that I'm exposed to at this point is YouTube, because, like, to some degree, YouTube is a form of social media, especially, like, because you can use it as a form of social media. It's just that most people don't, and that's why it's like most people don't consider it to be social media, and most people just consider it to be a video sharing platform. In fact, like some people even consider it to be like a search engine, right? Like whenever like they have trouble with something, like they go to YouTube instead of Google. And it's a reasonable thing to do too, because like the type of content that is mostly on YouTube. How dare you think I'm right when I'm here? Rocket is ready. You can go to Mars now, happy? I can't wait for all these Karens because like most of these Karens are like middle class to rich. So I'm sure at some point they'll all be able to afford to go to Mars. I can't wait for all of them to go to Mars. Earth would just be like, peace and quiet. They're always hypocrites when they call out Tenha. Probably some of them are wailing. Yep, yeah, that's true. That's true. Oh, and like maybe some of them are thinking No, I only spent $100, but Tenha spent $200. So how dare you? How dare you wail in Genshin when we're doing a boycott? Right? Like some of them probably spent like $150 or like $300, while Tenha spent $450. Well, he still spent more money than me. So how dare you? Right? We're in the middle of a boycott, you know? 24 hours from now. Okay, so no more condensing resin for now. Am I really done? Yes. Okay, I am done on this account. The Earth will be happier. Yeah, the Earth will be like, okay. Oh, you know what? Remember Wall-E, right? Like the premise of Wall-E was like so all the humans left Earth. They left a bunch of robots to clean up Earth, right? While they go like while all the humans live on the Axiom, right? Like they go live in outer space. And how how much you want to bet? Like Earth was probably on its way to what's the word I'm looking for? Reestablishing itself, like, you know, with how the Earth used to be before the humans screwed it up, screwed it all up, right? And then like Wally brought the plant to the Axiom, and then like they somehow like put it into the thing where like when the scanner detects, oh, green life, it's a plant, it's from Earth. Okay, like let's carry out the protocol and go back to Earth. Take all the humans back to Earth, right? And like, so that one plant was probably one of like only a handful of plants that were somehow able to survive, survive what humans did to Earth. And finally, you know, finally got on some solid footing, and was able to grow healthily. And then like all the all the humans come back all of a sudden. So I get the feeling that Earth was not happy after the end of Wall-E. If they're playing Genshin, they should 100% the map and farm all the achievements in Genshin, and they won't be trying to be involved in making drama. Well, these kinds of people just... There's just no stopping these kinds of people. Like, if there's drama to be had, well, okay. You just can't stop these kinds of people because they're just always on their phones. They're just always on social media. They're just always scrolling down that glass slab. Where's the other one? So every waking moment that they don't have something to focus their attention onto, they're just always on social media. AKA on, you know, just looking for drama. How many achievements have you achieved? I'm not sure. I don't really pay attention to achievements. But I'll check when I get out of this domain. Not a single gold one yet. Wow, dude, that was 4 runs, no gold ones? What a stingy domain. Oh, by the way, here's a little trick that might save you a few seconds of your time. Well, anywhere from like a few seconds to a minute of your time each time, right? So if you are on a slower device, like your phone is just barely able to run Genshin, so it takes you quite a few, like takes you a minute to teleport anywhere every time, or if your like PC isn't as fast as you'd want it to be, or like Genshin is on a hard disk drive for you, or if you're just playing on integrated graphics for Intel and an APU on AMD, and Genshin is on a hard disk drive instead of an SSD. So something to save you a lot of load time is if you still have resin that you have to condense, and you just used up all your condensed resin, instead of exiting the domain on your last run, you just continue on to the next run, because reloading all of this is going to be super fast, because all of this stuff is already cached. It's already there because you were just in the domain, right? So it reloads this place, and then you teleport to wherever your crafting station is. Compared to if you exit, then it will unload all the domain assets and textures. It will load the assets and textures for outside the domain, because it's going to take you out of there, and then you're going to have to teleport over to where your crafting bench is, and it'll have to unload the assets and textures from outside the domain and load in the assets and textures of where your crafting bench is. Oh yes, achievements. Oh yeah, okay. There it is. Yeah, I don't really achievement hunt ever. Achievements sort of just happen for me. And I just see a red dot and I just claim whatever I can claim. Sometimes I wonder if I eat too much, that a trash game, trash in quotes, trash game like Genshin, according to so many people, is perfect to me. It's just, I don't know, man. For me, I think for many people, it just scratches that itch. You know, like that itch that you didn't know you had. For me, it just ticks all the check boxes for me. So one, okay, I like anime, so it ticks that checkbox. I like this aesthetic. I don't know what this aesthetic is really. Like, it's so okay. Like we look at a game like Genshin Impact, it's very clearly like anime, the anime aesthetic, right? But it's also a very similar aesthetic to this MMORPG I used to play a very long time ago. But that game didn't like. If you look at it, like very like you know like you would very you're very unlikely to meet someone who would say like, oh, this game has a very anime aesthetic to it. Stop climbing that stupid thing. Where's what? Hey, what's up, Robin? What's wrong? Welcome back, Ahmed. 134. Man, this account is not having a good time. It's hardly getting any purple ones. My boss is spamming. Your boss is spamming. What does that mean? Yeah, what's up, Robin? Didn't I say hi already? Played since April 2021. Really don't care about what people think as long as I can enjoy it. Ah, yeah, me too, me too. Especially because and that's why so that's why I stay clear of okay, I already stay clear of social media just in general, but I also just especially stay clear of the Genshin social media. The Genshin community social media stuff is just a mess. It's just a mess. I mean, I guess there is the wholesome side of it as well. Like, there's a lot of wholesome Genshin communities out there, but the toxic ones are just so toxic. Biggest fan? What are you the biggest fan of, Robin? Is that all? Okay, yeah, I guess that's all my condensed resin. Alright, on to the third account. Fellow festering desire mister. Boss in-game is spamming. Boss in-game? Wait, who? Which boss? Hey, what's up, Rayan? Big news, what is it? Oh, hey Ahmed, didn't you want me to take a look at your Farina? Can you drop your UID now so I could just copy it? And then I'll just, I'll just have it in my clipboard and then like because I'm almost done. I just have to get through my resin on this account. All right, I got it. Okay. So, Ahmed, what do you need specifically about your Farina? It seems okay. Looks like you know what you're doing, so you need anything? Do I use a crit rate or a crit damage circlet? How much does Fliv Sond give you again? Hang on. I forgot. Fliv Sond. Yeah. 16%. Okay. So 16, 78, 88, 88 to 190. I mean, that's a pretty okay ratio. Yeah, 88 to 190. I mean, personally, I would stay with your current crit ratio. Right? Like including the Flivson passive. This is like an 88 190 crit ratio. And I'm just more biased towards I just prefer higher crit rate. I know that some people will be happy, like will happily stop at like 70, 75 crit rate and just go ham on crit damage. And I have to admit, I do that with some of my characters, but for my characters that actually do a significant amount of damage, like for example, like a Hutao or an Arlecchino or a Neuvillette, I don't want to stop at like 70 or 75. I want to try and get closer to 80. If my crit damage goes above 190 or 200, then I will like I have to at least get close to 90 crit rate. But I think you should stick to your current crit ratio. But it's up to you. Like if you just want to see bigger numbers, like there's like stopping at 70, at around like 70 crit rate is also okay. Right? It's just a matter of preference because DPS wise, as long as you're keeping the same, what's the word, CV, DPS wise, I would say it's probably gonna be about the same in most scenarios. And it's just up to you, like whether you'd want to see more consistent numbers or do you want to see bigger numbers. Four. Child doesn't crit even at 91. Oh man, that's a lot of people would agree with you on that. The optimal Eula build is 5-350 crit ratio. Well, that depends on how long you would like to stay in the domain. You know? Also, long time no see, Jammy boy. How you been, man? How you been? Why do some characters crit more and others don't even? Even if they have the same crit rate. I don't think it's like a mathematical thing, Ahmed. I think it's more of a feel, right? It just feels like certain characters crit less often than others. Okay, so here's an example. A character, okay, like Eula, for example. Eula is the worst example of this, right? Because a significant amount of her rotation damage, right? Like, because what do you do in a single, in one rotation? What does Eula do, right? Eula does one thing, right? So you press E, you EQ on Eula. Obviously, you do your setup with your other characters, right? And then you EQ on Eula, and then you normal attack a couple of times. Like, I forgot the rotation. Hang on. Like, okay, it's just this is perfect. I just so happen to be on my account that actually has Eula. Yeah, there. Hang on. So press E and then Q and then boop 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 and then boop 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 and then I hold E. Okay. Actually, no, that's wrong. That's wrong. I forgot. I don't remember exactly how many stacks I can get, how many normal attack hits I can get. I haven't used Eula in so long. I don't even remember anymore. Right? Like, so basically that's what you do on Eula, right? And like, and then as soon as you hit, like, you know, as soon as right before your burst pops, you hold E to reduce physical resistance of enemies that get hit, right? And also to do extra, like, that hold E extra damage as well. And that's all Eula does. But out of everything you did, most of her damage in that one rotation and all the things that she does in a single rotation comes from that burst popping. So it's just one single hit. Right? And okay, if you are anywhere less than at 100% crit rate, if you're at 99% crit rate, that means there's a 1% chance that single hit will not crit, right? 1% sounds like a tiny amount, but when it doesn't crit, it just feels awful because you lost so much damage just because of that 1%. You lost so much damage just because of that 1% chance that your burst doesn't crit. Because a majority of your rotation damage is locked behind a single hit, it feels so much worse. Like, your crit rate feels worse. I think mathematically, like, if you did like 1,000 runs of every single character, I think you will see that the math shows that, okay, the crit rate is actually accurate. It's just that it feels worse on characters that have fewer big hits. So I think the two worst contenders for this phenomenon are Eula and Navia. So Eula is even worse because it's just, it's all locked behind one hit, and it doesn't even hit very hard, especially in 2024 standards. For 2024 standards, right? Like Eula's multipliers aren't even that high anymore, especially at low investment. Like C6, sure, I guess, but like at not C6, yeah, it just feels awful. Navia at least Navia at least has the modern multipliers, right? Like she has modern multipliers, and it's slightly less awful because it's locked behind 2 hits. So if your other hit doesn't crit, then it's unlikely that your second E also doesn't crit, right? Because let's say if your crit rate is 50-50, then it's likely that your first one doesn't crit, and it's likely that your second one will crit, or vice versa. Your first one crits and your second one doesn't crit, right? But if your crit rate is like 70 or 80, then it's very unlikely for both of them to not crit. And at least like if one of them doesn't crit, you only lost that amount of damage. Right? You didn't lose a majority of your damage because your other one still crits. Some units also got more value of crit rate and crit damage. Child's Riptide triggers from crit hits, meaning more crit rate actually correlates to more DPS. Wow, I did not actually know that about Tartaglia, despite having him. I actually do have Tartaglia on this account too. But I got him. I tried him out in Abyss, and I was like, oh, I realized I don't know how to use this guy. So I did some research, found out how to actually use him, and then tried him out in Abyss, and then realized, wow, this is pretty hard. And then I realized, okay, I don't want to do this every time. This is too much work. And then ever since then, I've benched him. Haven't even touched him. Doing good. Hope you're as well. Just haven't been catching streams. It's alright, man. I mean, you've taken a break from Genshin, right, Jamie? Like for I don't know if am I remembering this wrong. I feel like I'm remembering this wrong, but I remember you were taking a very long break from Genshin, and you haven't played Genshin since. Is my Kinich good with 1700 attack, 75 crit rate, 140 crit damage? Is it good for Kinich? That's actually pretty good. I like the crit ratio. It's so balanced. By the way, is that 75% including the um, Obsidian Codex passive, the 4-piece passive? For Child is a feature that he didn't crit. It's your bad luck, the other characters. 5 normal attacks? Ah, I see. Alright, thank you, Fahad. Gives you good attention to a specific hit unit like Lorraine, for example. Don't play. Alright. I love that you just so happen to type the word as incorrectly, wrong person, while talking about a character like Chlorend. Attention to every number so it feels like some crit more. I lost 4 50-50s. Jeez, I'm so sorry to hear that, Bulbasaur. On who? Like just this banner? Or you mean like your last 4 50-50s you've lost? Kinich crit rate is 33 crit damage, 12. Oh, okay, so that's like 73, including the passive. He has 4-piece Obsidian Codex, which gives him 40, so 73. 73, 212. Sounds okay. Sounds okay. Didn't even notice it. No, I mean, I think that would have been more appropriate for a character like Eula. Yeah, like if you were talking about Eula, that typo would have been more appropriate. 5, 4. Okay, why is this the wrong number? It should be 32 now. And 70. What have I been doing? I'm gonna have to retrack this later. Last 4 banners I pulled on, dude. That sucks, man. You know, I don't even. Okay. Now that I think about it a little bit more, I have won. I have been winning 50-50s recently, but not every 50-50. But I kind of don't really pay attention to whether I win 50-50 or not. I like if I know I'm on 50-50, I sort of just assume that I'm gonna lose. And that way I won't be disappointed. I don't hope that I win 50-50 anymore. I just assume that it automatically that 50-50 is like, okay, I'm not on guaranteed, so this is not the 5-star on the banner yet. I just, you know, it just happens automatically for me. But then again, it's, you know, that's sort of my preference. I just prefer to expect the worst. So in that way, if the worst does happen, I'm not disappointed. If the best happens, then I'd just be surprised. Compared to expecting the best, but getting the worst, right? So because if I always expect the best, then if I do get the best, then I just be like, okay, good. Whereas when I expect the best and get the worst, I'd be really frustrated. I'd be really disappointed. So that's why I prefer to expect the worst. I just realized Kinich and Xilonen use the same mats. Yeah, that's kind of okay. Kind of annoying. Kind of annoying because I didn't even mean to get Kinich on this account. In fact, I'm still, I wouldn't say angry, but I'm not happy that I got Kinich on this account because I had to spend those resources leveling Kinich up and his and the weapon that I got for him. Which, you know, I'm not exactly in the place to run out anytime soon of resources, but just kind of annoying that I had to spend the resin to raise him. Like resin is certainly something that I'm not in an overabundance of. All the other resources, sure, but resin still very limited resource. He has R5 Earthshaker, level 90 as well. Who, Azzy? Yeah. Oh, your Kinich. Oh, nice, yeah. Like for me, I didn't even bother R5ing his my Earthshaker. I just knew, like, as I was building Kinich, I just knew that I wasn't gonna use him very often. I would start crying if I lost 4 times in one patch. That would be awful, man. I'm sure it has happened to someone out there, but man, that still sucks. And regretting Kinich after seeing the Xilonen kit, I learned my lesson to wait for official reviews next time. Oh man. You know, I'm still kind of surprised that you went for Kinich. Because you seem to be like super logical when it comes to your decision making with this stuff. So I'm honestly kind of surprised. I'm going to try and pull for Xilonen and see if I can get her. Because right now, I'm on the 50-50 and my luck is very unpredictable. It works in mysterious ways. It can be pretty amazing sometimes. But what about the other times that it's not amazing? I think she's boring. Kinich is funny. A funny Spider-Man. I mean, yeah, sure. But then, like, his playstyle for me is just, it's too active. You know, like, I'm old, right? I'm not young anymore. I mean, I'm not like, you know, I'm not like that, okay, I actually just recently found out that there's this, like, gamer grandma. I don't know what her name is online, but, like, there's this 79-year-old grandma who plays video games. Like, and she doesn't play, like, casual video games, too. Like, she plays, like, shooters. I forgot what game specifically she played, but like, she plays first-person shooters. It's crazy. She recently, I heard that she recently announced that she's taking a break from gaming and or creating content as well. Well, no, not creating content, but just gaming specifically. And she said that she'd be mostly like doing vlogs and stuff for a while. But man, right? Like obviously I'm not 79 years old, but I'm also not as young as I used to be. So my brain ain't as fast as it used to be. I mean, not that it was fast at all, you know, but you know, it's even slower than than it used to be, right? So, and I don't wanna fire on all cylinders in Genshin. Genshin for me is just okay. I do think that the minigame events are boring. Like they're too slow for me. Not like they're just not fun enough. I think like for me, Spiral Abyss is where it's at. It's especially once your characters are built well enough. They're just the right amount of difficult/easy for me. Like it's difficult enough that I can actually put in some effort and I'll feel good about myself because I achieved what my goal was, which is to 3-star floor 12. After I put in some effort, but at the same time it was easy enough that I didn't have to put in so much effort that I'd be tired afterwards. Like on Cloud Returner's banner, I tried getting Gaming and instead I got Cloud Returner and their C1 back to back. Okay, before I even got a single copy of Gaming. Then when I got her C1, got Gaming. Oh man, I mean, I don't know if that's a good thing, man. I mean, C1 is nice, but like, okay, so I'd say so C1. What's her name? Shenhe, Yelan, and Xianyun all have the same exact C1, right? But I like the C1 more on Yelan and Shenhe compared to Xianyun. And the problem with that is I think C1 Xianyun is a lower value than C1 Yelan and Shenhe's C1 because her skill animation is way longer than Yelan's and Shenhe's. And you don't even want to use the C1. You don't want to use the extra charge. Especially if your rotation is like really tight and you have to go really quickly. Because her skill animation is just quite long. Another character on RJ's bench. Yep, certainly. Only one 50-50. What? Are you sure, man? Like, did you actually keep track of it like this whole time? Didn't have any Dendro driver. Kinich wasn't bad. Well, yes, Kinich is a Dendro driver, but is he really? You're kind of locked into burning teams with him. He doesn't really work with most of the other Dendro teams. I mean, sure, yeah, I guess you could try, but is he even still good in non-burning teams? Like, he's probably just okay. He's pretty good in burning teams, but otherwise, like, he's probably like pretty alright. There's an esport team with old people. Esport, which game? I'm streaming FPS on Discord. FPS? Streaming FPS on Discord. Sorry, FPS? Oh, first person shooting. Okay, okay. Right as you're saying this. Try to guess my age. It's pretty hard to guess, Fahad. Like, you could be anywhere between, like, well-educated, late teenager, or average guy in their in their early 30s. You could be anywhere between that. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to guess. It's hard to guess. You seem pretty chill, so you could be anywhere between between what I just said, like well-educated, like late teen, or like chill guy in their 30s. I just watched Xilonen's early access, and she works with Kazuha. Yeah, she works with Kazuha. What? Sorry. Oh, okay. Shinrin, have you not heard? Like, people have been very loud about Xilonen. Have you somehow been able to dodge all the talk, all this Xilonen talk? Basically, the game is telling me to get his best support if you want him. Oh my god. Of course, I would love. I would. Which salty person wouldn't keep track and make themselves feel worse? Oh. Burning and Virgin for Kinich. Burning and Virgin for Kinich. Oh, I guess there's Virgin. Yeah, I guess. But then, like, I guess it's just okay. Maybe it's just me with Kinich. Like, I know that Virgin is still a Dendro team, and like Kinich sort of he fits in with Burning and Virgin, which is like the other side of Dendro, right? The other side of Dendro that no one wants to touch. But no one's really wanted to touch this side of Dendro, mostly because we just haven't had a lot of many good characters, for this side of Dendro. Like, the first one was kind of Emily, and it's like, sure, Emily was pretty good, but not alone. Like, she couldn't carry the whole, like, the other side of Dendro on her own. And I guess Kinich is like the cherry on top, and now this side of Dendro, it's at least now people want to touch it as long as you have those characters. I don't mingle with the Genshin community anymore. Okay. So you somehow dodged all the Xilonen talk, despite how loud everything was. But yeah, no, like there was nothing. There's nothing. Oh no. There was nothing about all the dreams of Xilonen that indicated that she wouldn't work with Kazuha. So basically, this is something I said earlier in the stream. So Xilonen is more like. So you remember back then when everyone was trying to decide whether Yelan would be a Xingqiu replacement, and like everyone was debating, like, no, she can't replace Xingqiu. Xingqiu's better. And then like everyone was debating whether or not Yelan would replace Xingqiu. And then like everyone was completely wrong anyways, because like she wasn't a replacement for Xingqiu. Instead, she was a second Xingqiu. And it's the same thing with Xilonen now. Like, No, so this time it's not as bad as back then with the Yelan Xingqiu thing, but some people certainly are debating whether Xilonen is better than Kazuha or not, right? And which is the completely wrong argument to have, because she isn't an alternative or replacement to Xingqiu. She is a second Xingqiu. Pyro MC, Amber, Kaya, and Xilonen. Pyro MC. Oh, okay. I wonder if Pyro MC is gonna be a support or if he's gonna be a DPS. To this day, I still don't know what Hydro MC is. Is Hydro MC supposed to be a support? I have no idea. Like, is he supposed to be a DPS? Because like he sure isn't doing enough to be a DPS. I have no idea whether he's a support because I guess he's an on-field Hydro applier. Still yapping exactly where he left you. Yeah, of course, of course. You know, Dad. You told me to stay still, right? You told me to stay right here, so I did, Dad. I stayed right here, as you told me. Hydro MC is a Numa applier. Oh. Hydro MC is the better Nivelette / J. I'll send the esport team on Discord later. Forgot the name right now. Ah, I see it. All right, all right. The one with the genius said, "Why not use with each other?" And everyone was in shock. I mean, I don't think it was even a genius that said that. I think it was just somebody who was just like listening in the background, face palming. Like, why are these? Like, okay, I almost cursed because of this just now. Why are these all like? Why are all these dumbbells? Like having this argument. Like this argument is so unnecessary. It's so redundant. Like, wait. I just remembered a scene from the Avatar: The Last Airbender. Okay, so Avatar: The Last Airbender, Book of Fire. I forgot which number episode, but it was the episode called The River, I think. No. So it was that episode where the gang, the Aang gang, Team Avatar, stumbled upon a village in the middle of a very polluted river, and then at some point they got rid of the army, like the factories in the area, and then the people in the town found out that they weren't even from the Fire Nation, and they got mad at them for deceiving them, like pretending that they were the painted lady. And then like they realized, who was it? Was it Sokka? I think it was Sokka. Yeah, Sokka said like you should be thanking her instead of like getting mad at her. And then like all the townspeople were like, well, yeah, you make a good point. So what should we do now? And then like Toph just in the background, maybe we should clean the river. I can see like everyone arguing like, no, Yelan's better than Xingqiu. No, she can't replace Xingqiu. Xingqiu's better. And then like this one NPC in the background, maybe we could use them together. Hydro MC water gun has a homing function? It does? What? Does it? Hey, what's up, Stella? No luck this patch for me. Oh, I'm sorry, man. Who are you trying to pull for, Stella? Hydro MC is a hidden treasure. He should be kept hidden. Okay. Yes. Yeah. That's true. That's true. Honestly, I personally prefer Xingqiu. There's some parts of Xingqiu that I prefer. Like, I still prefer the fact that he applies more Hydro. Yelan to me just doesn't apply enough Hydro for most of my use cases. And Xingqiu's resistance to interruption is definitely something that Yelan could never replace because Yelan doesn't have one. The damage reduction, obviously, something that only Xingqiu has and Yelan does not have. Um, I prefer Yelan's shorter cooldown, and I prefer Yelan the way Yelan's burst works. The fact that it homes in on enemies. Because Xingqiu's doesn't have a homing thing, right? Like, if the enemy's here when the rain swords start flying, and the enemy moved here, the rain swords don't follow the enemy. It just goes straight to where it was aimed at, the moment it was aimed. So I still prefer Yelan's, the way the burst works, and I prefer Yelan's shorter cooldown, and shorter rotation. And obviously, I prefer Yelan's higher DPS, but it's also not as much of an improvement as Xingqiu's, because like Xingqiu's defensive utility makes up for the lack of damage, or rather, not lack of damage. Like Xingqiu still does pretty good amount of damage, but just that the less damage. Yeah, like the defensive capabilities certainly make up for the lower damage. Xingqiu, best girl. Best girl. Oh, you were trying to pull for Kinich. I think it's okay, Stella, that you didn't get Kinich. Kinich is good, but not that good. Not that good. Especially because, like, he's very... at least for right now, he's very limited when it comes to team building. It does, yes, it does, just on a small AoE though. I see. I decided to just pull for Cheetah Girl, Geo Girls, Zhongli, and Mavuika. Well, best of luck to you, Stella. Because I'm just salty that the wrong bow user showed up on the Yelan bow user. Oh, speaking of Cheetah Girl, so Skater Girl, right? She skates and stuff. She's a DJ. She skates. Man, like now that I just thought about it, Xilonen is so many things. So her kit, right? She's a really good support, and she has the potential to be a good DPS at really high investment. Especially at C6, then like she has the potential to be a pretty good DPS. But other than that, lore-wise, so she is the name forger, or like whatever that is. Like she could like make names, ancient names or something. I don't know the lore, but yeah, right. Like so, okay, that's one. Another one, she's a DJ. Another one, she's an inventor. Another one, she's a skater girl. So just. She's so many things. Why are there DJs? That's really messing up the tribal vibe. Okay, I mean, okay, so the way I see it, I guess, like, so the tribal vibes is like, okay, you know how like in the Children of Echoes, there's this stage, right? Like, I think, I don't know, I don't want to teleport over there right now, but whatever, right? Like there's a stage there and there are people that are breakdancing and stuff. So at least aesthetically, with the way they designed where the Children of Echoes tribe resides in, it makes sense that there's a DJ because there's a stage and people dancing around all the time. But yeah, okay, I'm also with you on like the tribal theme. Why is there a DJ? DJ sound like seems so modern, and the tribal thing seems so, well, tribal. Hey, what's up, loyal hater? Long time no see, man. Long time no see, loyal. How have you been? How have you been? Isn't that what makes it interesting? I fully expected to have a cave or wall paintings, but not with spray paint. Like, okay. I mean, okay. I get what you mean. I get what you mean, but it's you know, it's a fantasy world, man. They could have made this like whatever they wanted to, right? They like for all we know, they could have put in Elon Musk in here. Like I mean, there's literally a girl called Ella Musk, and okay, I don't know if you guys heard about this, but a couple of years ago, so there's some of you guys might know there is Hoyo owns a Twitter account called Ella Musk, and that Ella Musk Twitter account tweeted out a couple of years ago, tweeted to Elon at Elon that what was it like if this tweet gets X amount of retweets or something like that, that they will give Elon Musk a tour of their studio of their headquarters or something. It was so random. It was so like no one it just was completely out of the blue. It was just completely out of the blue. She gonna forge Traveler's ancient name. That is what Mawika told her to do, yes? I lost on Raiden. I'm sad. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Loyal. Well, have you done your exploration and all your events? I mean, you know, like if you haven't, then you still have a couple of days to get your, still have a couple of days to get a few more Primogems. Throw in a few more wishes. Where are the cannibals? Okay. Expectation, Nation of War, Reality, Crash Bandicoot. Crash Bandicoot, our world. Oh, actually that's pretty funny, yeah. Crash Bandicoot. That's exactly what this is. We have the mount system. We're like on Kachina. We're like driving the cart, and just different characters have different carts. Mualani on her shark. Kinich Spider-Manning his way through Natlan. Might as well be Elon PRing with himself. He does like to do that, right? And I think I remember Elon actually responded to it and said like, sure. One time some are their neighbors. They literally got robot guards and the internet let them have their little beatboxing. Oh, let's see. Wait. Fontaine and Sumeru. Fontaine? Wait, so where does... Okay. So Natlan's here. So is Natlan gonna go up here? Like all the way... Okay. I imagine it's not gonna go to here, right? What do we see on this side? Nothing. Can't see anything. Okay. Okay. Well, it kind of seems like it's not forest or like. Okay, it looks deserty to me. Yeah, it looks deserty to me. Okay, so I guess Natlan does continue on up here, but wait, that would make like so Natlan goes to here. So I'm sure Natlan's also gonna open up this. I don't know, I'm just guessing. Right, because it just looks odd. right? But I'm also like, but this also looks really odd. So I'm guessing that Natlan's gonna open this up. So if Natlan's gonna open this, obviously this already is open. Here, it's probably gonna open this too, and here. That's really big. That's really big. I lost at 86 pity. Oh, dude. You know what, loyal hater? I typically don't recommend people keep pulling, but typically these things balance themselves out, right? Sometimes immediately, and sometimes not so immediately. Sometimes it balances itself out over like a couple more pity. The fact that you lost 50-50 at such a high pity, I think like there's a chance. I don't want to get your hopes up, right? But that sometimes means that you're gonna get your next 5-star kind of early. Crash actually has a tribal vibe, and that made sense. Kinich saved Mualani with his spider webs, but TASM. Sorry, what? Peter. What is TASM? Oh, the Amazing Spider-Man. Okay, Amazing Spider-Man. Peter could have saved Gwen. Couldn't have saved Gwen. I can't believe we went all the way over there to Natlan animals in Saurian coasts and deserts. There's an event called Urgent Orders. Urgent Orders? Web event, right? Are you talking about, yeah, this thing. Yeah, I did it. I did it off, like, earlier today. Yeah, thanks for the reminder, though. No doubt the Wayob having a problem protecting this big area. I wonder where Snezhnaya will be located. The last rumor I heard was it'll be we'll ride a ship from Dornman Port, so probably top of Mondstadt. I imagine so. I mean, it kind of makes sense, right? Like a snowy place is typically up north. The sea is my stage. Also, her walking on lava. Those orders don't sound that urgent, to be honest. If they only cost 40 primos, they don't sound too urgent. I mean, okay, I'm trying to picture this out, and like, Natlan seems huge because I don't think this is the end of Natlan on this side. I mean, just judging by what it looks like. It just looks like there's so much more towards this way. And yet, it also looks like there's this. And there's this. And it also... So, I think I remember hearing, like, lore-wise, that Fontaine is... Yes, as Shinran said, a neighbor to Natlan. So I imagine that Natlan probably goes all the way to here. But that is so big. It's not as big as Sumeru, yeah, at least as far as I can see, but it's pretty close. It's, I would say, like, that's about as big as Leeway, I think. Sumeru. Sumeru is just right next door. Just huge country. Bro, that pay in this economy? I mean, isn't that what kind of what's happening to so many people nowadays? Like, oh, okay. Here's an example, right? Like, we've gone from like almost everyone having a traditional 9 to 5 job and getting paid at least minimum wage, right? And that was like easier to. It was easier to, what's the word I'm looking for? Regulate people's incomes that way, right? But and now fast forward to 2024, we have so many people just earning through jobs online. In fact, most of those jobs aren't even an actual job. It's more like, hey, could you do this for me? I'll pay you $20. Right? It feels more like a kid mowing someone's lawn for them, but just online. And because there's so many people that are willing to do that, that everyone is sort of just, because like there's so much competition in the space, so everyone is just willing to do it for less, especially because there's the excuse that, well, okay, at least I don't have to pay for gas money anymore. I'm just sitting here at home doing it. So everyone is just willing to go lower and lower when it comes to the price of their services and or emoing of their services and products, because they're thinking, well, I don't have to pay the overhead anymore. I don't have to pay rent. I don't have to rent space for my home business. I could just do it straight from my house. I don't have to pay for gas money anymore to go to the office to work. Right? And like, sure, I understand, right? It's a good thing. But at the same time, it's also not a good thing because so many people are also willing to do this. And they can't, not everyone can, because there's just not enough of these jobs. Especially not when some people who are super, super highly qualified are willing to go down in price just because they're doing it from home. And now all the other average Joes can't even compete anymore. I mean, I guess they can, but for like, at what cost? It's a race to the bottom. Exactly, yeah. It's a race to the bottom. What about the gap between Inazuma to Port Ormos? Yeah, right. It's, you know, I'm pretty sure that's gonna. Yeah, okay. That is kind of, that is kind of uncanny. Yeah. At least it's big though. Like compared to this, that's so weird. It's so odd. Like at least this one's big. It looks like a big ocean. Like for all we know, it might end up just becoming this, just like exactly the same, right? Because it's a port and an island nation. So it makes sense, right? Like there's a port right here and the other side of the ocean is an island nation. Right? So it makes sense that this would just be another ocean. So sure, I guess, but yeah, I have to say, yeah, I'm with you. I'm also pretty curious as to what's down here, especially because like it's very clear that this is more desert over here. Although it could just straight up end in an ocean, like kind of like this side, right? Like I was before Fontaine came out, I was kind of confused. Like I was kind of thinking, I wonder how they're gonna make the transition between Sumeru desert to Fontaine, a lot of water. And like they just decided, okay, a desert, beach, done. Water. There you go. So they could just do the same exact thing on this side. Um yeah, especially cuz there is There is actually an ocean over here, so they could just make this into like sure island, and like okay, like oh yeah, yeah. Look at that. Look at that. There's a beach right here. There could be just more beach like over towards over here, and then like okay, like small piece of land, and then beach, ocean. If you don't value your time, nobody will. But yeah, but that's the thing though. Yes, yes, you do. You should value your time. But the thing is, if you value, okay, let's say everyone values their time and nobody goes down in price. It's still gonna be the same thing. Not everyone is going to get that job still. Right? Some are going to get that job, and the ones who don't get that job will still do the same thing, but for a lower price to cater to those who aren't willing to pay more for the same job. So, and obviously they can't say no just because it's the same job but a lower price. They can't say no to that because like nobody else hired them. Like somebody else got hired for that higher paying same exact job. But they can't just say no just because nobody is willing to pay, more than what like the price that he wants for the same job. Like, what's he gonna eat? Right? Man, it all goes back to Thanos. It all goes back to Thanos. There's just too many mouths to feed. Too many mouths to feed. Natlan is full of water, grass, and rocks. Feels uncomfortable not seeing another area in between Port Ormos and Liyue Harbor and Watatsumi Island. At least put a sea connecting these regions. They probably have something in mind for that place. That's why they purposefully closed it off. RJ, most of those jobs are like IT, art, and editing, which weren't well paid before as well. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But a lot of the more highly skilled people who do those exact same jobs are also starting to do it from home as well. So now this job, like the list of jobs that you just mentioned just now, whoever used to do them like from home back then, just online or remotely, were not all of them, but most of them were the slightly less skilled people, like the slightly the slightly less skilled people. And nowadays, especially like COVID sort of pushed this forward. It sort of advanced this. Like it was eventually going to happen, but COVID just sort of it forced everyone's hand. That even the highly skilled, highly experienced, like actual professionals in these fields were forced to do it online. And everyone just sort of realized, both employers and employees just realized, oh, like we could do this online. All right, like, all right, shut down that office. You just stay at home then, right? And now these people now have more free time to take up the jobs that used to go to these lower skilled people. And because they don't have the overhead anymore, then they can now ask for slightly less for these other people. But for so much higher quality now. And like I guess it's good overall because like now people have uh they now have access to higher quality work and services for not much more. But everybody else who used to do it at a lower quality, at the lowest prices, can't compete anymore. AKA me. AKA me, yeah. Pretty much the difference between the bands, you mean brands, that drop a few $1,000 on getting cover art painted for them. Where's the brands that slap a cover together in MS Paint? Point is, you just need to stand out in another way. Yeah, but then, okay, person like me, for example, I have no, well, technically I had formal college education, but the direction that okay, after college, I just ran straight the opposite direction of where college pointed me at, right? And that's not anybody else's fault. That's my choosing. I chose to do that. So here I am. Whatever formal education I got, I can't use that anymore. So here I am with no formal training to like no. I know a little bit about a lot of things, but there's nothing that I'm good enough at to be competitive with. Bands? Bands that drop a few thousand bucks on cover art. Oh, okay. I got it. Thanks. I thought you taught tuition. Yes, but not like professionally. Like I did not take up education in college. It's yes, freelancer kinda, but I don't work for a company. And frankly, honestly, like since I've been going, um, what's the word? Independent. Since I've gone independent, I honestly can't picture myself out working, having another boss. It feels awesome, and I feel so blessed that that I'm this lucky to have what what living I can, like to be able to make a living off of doing what I do now. Streaming, by the way, does not make a living for me. So this is more like an expense for me. Just an expense slash like it's a relaxing thing, right? Like just hanging out with the boys, you guys, and girls, obviously. But yeah, jack of all trade, master of none. Exactly, right? Like not really all trade, but like jack of some trades. Jack of some trades, master of none. And formal education ain't as important as yapping, which you're good at. I just have to utilize it some more. Yeah, I guess. I guess there is a potential there as well. Yeah, I have to agree with that. RG equals Gene. Gene. Well, close enough. Thanos came from the future. He knows everything. Yeah. Really love roaming the streets with Venti, Zhongli, and Inazuma. Lores of A? Inazuma lores? Sorry, I'm confused by this last part. Lores of A. Okay, I'm just staring at the map right now. I feel like I had something to do. What did I have to do? I'm forgetting something. Oh, right. Okay. This thing. So, I need some help here. So this cycle thing. So this is not how many times I can make an artifact, right? This is how many times I can make sanctifying elixir, right? So I don't have to make an artifact right now before this resets. Am I understanding this right? So I can make as many artifacts as I want, so long, like at any time, so long as I have enough elixirs, right? And that this timer thing, this cycle thing, is just the ability to make elixirs, right? So that means I can just stockpile on elixirs until I can make a decision on what artifact I want. Am I understanding this correctly? Okay, whatever. I'm gonna try it. Anyway, I appreciate you guys giving me some answers. I think most of this is trash already, but I'm just gonna go slowly, just to be sure. I don't even know if I want to trash this thing. It's 22 ER. That doesn't happen every day. Oh, 79 defense. That's yikes. Okay, ER Noblesse. That's kind of rare for me because I hardly ever strongbox for Noblesse. It's been so long since I did that. Okay, so maybe not that. Okay, perfect. Exactly 100. ER and emblem isn't bad. I'm still not sure. Like, it's gonna take me quite a long time to decide exactly what I need, because I don't have perfect artifacts, but I also am sort of like really happy. Um, I clicked extract, right? Yeah, I did. Oh, there. Okay, just didn't register. The higher levels, extraction material. Yeah, sure. Okay, you will gain 100 extraction progress. Okay, start extracting. Okay. And okay, extraction limit reached for this cycle. And okay. Okay, yeah. Is that gadget permanent or temporary? It's permanent. It's permanent. It's just that it has like a cycle. It's like this. It's like these two that you can only use like once a week, I think. Yeah, yeah. Once like 7 days. Like once you use them, you can't use them again in for the next 7 days. But like this one is an entire patch. Just all right. I just had a thought. I just thought about it. So, at this point, the thought of me having to okay. By the way, this is why I don't want to go through my artifacts. I don't want to look through my artifacts to decide what exactly I need. Cause like, look at this. Do you do you honestly expect me to look at every single one of my artifacts so that I could find out which one I need I don't have yet and which one I need an upgrade of? I just I cannot see myself ever doing it. I mean, like it's what I want to do. It's what I want to happen. But like I look at this and I can't. I can't. So what I want to happen is I want me to finally sit down and look through all my artifacts so I can decide, okay, which one do I not have yet, and which one do I need? Do I strongly need an upgrade on? And then finally use this stuff. But now that I'm being realistic, what I'm expecting to happen is with my sanctifying elixirs is exactly the same thing that happened with all my artifact boxes and my fragile resin. Just get someone to shovel your artifacts for 40 primos. What? To shovel my artifacts for 40 primos? What do you mean shovel my artifacts? I used that gadget and got 70 oh 70 oh okay 70 defense on attack set. Oh. Yeah, you know that was what really disappointed me is when we finally got the gadget and then we all noticed time remaining this cycle this. And like everybody finally understood how this thing worked. And it was so demoralizing. Like, especially after how high everyone got their hopes up. Because, okay, sure, great, you can pick the main stat and substats you want, but that still doesn't have anything to do about rolling, right? About, like, okay, you now have erased one layer of RNG, which is the RNG that happens when you get the artifact. Okay, but what about the other 5 layers? Getting to +4, +8, +12, +16, +20. That's another 5 times that you, like, that you will potentially get, like, somehow turn this, like, what is it, like, treasure that you just made after working your butt off, leveling up so many artifacts, feeding so many artifacts into this artifact transmuter, so that you could get one elixir. You can't even make anything with one elixir. You would have to you would have had to feed so many artifacts, so many upgraded artifacts, in fact, into this artifact transmuter to get enough elixirs to make the piece that you want. And then you still have 5 opportunities for all of it to go wrong. Deal with it. I mean, like, there's nothing we could do about it, but, like, I don't, there's nothing I could do about it. I guess well, the only thing I could do about it is complain. But then, I know that complaining isn't going to change anything. But, like, that's the only thing I can do now. So I might as well do it. The Mora will fully go to waste? What Mora? Oh, you mean the Mora you use to upgrade the artifacts? Yeah. Oh, that's another thing. And they... Oh, dude. Oh. Yeah, you're right. You're right. And we don't have weeklies anymore. No more weekly bounties. No more weekly requests. Right? In fact, I actually... Just this Monday, I maxed out the 3 tribes that we have now. Already. I maxed, like... I maxed out the... Echoes... Children of Echoes... Scions of Canopy, and the People of the Springs. I maxed out reputation in those 3 tribes. Just this Monday. So that means no more weeklies and bounties for me. No more free 150k Mora. Oh, okay, I actually don't know how much Mora the new weekly system gives, but, like, used to be 150 free Mora every week. Forever. And, like, since 5.0, it's gone. And remember, 5.1, we're not getting a new region, right? There's no new part of Natlan in 5.1. Therefore, like, which means that's one entire patch where I can't get 150k free Mora every Monday. An entire patch is like, what, a month? So that's like that's like 600k Mora gone. 600k Mora gone just like that. And sure, yes, I guess they did send everyone 1 million Mora when 5.0 came out. But after after 1.5 patches, that 1 million Mora, I could have made that in 1.5 patches just doing weeklies. Just removed it from Battle Pass. I also maxed out reputation and launched out the US, still showing me bounties. What? What? Wait. You serious? Because I remember that they worded it very specifically. Right? Like, didn't they say that you couldn't do weeklies and bounties anymore in a given region that you've maxed out reputation on? In fact, that's why they gave us the million Mora, right? Okay, I'm gonna have to find out about this next Monday. When I find out that I can't, like when I confirm that I actually cannot do weeklies anymore in Natlan because I maxed out the three tribes that we have. But I'm gonna check out like the other regions. I certainly I would be really happy if that were the case. But yeah, like I would be really happy if that's the case. I was checking Chenyu Valley West there and noticed this bounty. Really? Or did I go have my dinner? See you next time. Bye, everyone. Alright, hey, thanks for hanging out with us, Bulbasaur. Take care, man. Why are my daily commissions still popping up? I already did dailies. Man, this feels so sad. Should I even hang on? Do I not have a better one of this? Do I actually have a better one of this? Where is that? I certainly hope that's not my only attack stance that has double crit. The question is, who did I put my? Is it here? No. What did I put it on? Oh, there. Okay. White Tassel gives 23 crit rate, right? Yeah, 23. So 73, more like 74. Yeah, 74, 165. It's okay. Yeah, okay. 70. Oh, plus Arlecchino's crit damage ascension, I believe. 165 plus 33, I think. Sorry, how much does Arlecchino get from ascension? Is it 38 or 33? How much do we know about wages in Teyvat anyway? We know that 5,000 Mora is like really cheap for a daily commission. Because there's this daily commission in Mondstadt where there's like this Snezhnayan merchant who tells us to go save his like stuff, his wares, or to like protect them or something. And then like in the end, he pays us 5,000 Mora. And then like we say like, wow, this is really small. $38.4. Okay, so it's 38.4 then. So 38.4. So basically, Arlecchino without any equipment at level 90 has 43.4 crit damage. Is that what's happening here? Oh, sorry, no, I'm an idiot. Yeah, okay, no. I'm stupid. Sorry, no. All right. I was for a moment there. I was thinking that okay, does 38.4 include the 5% that every character has at base? And then I just realized, no, this is not crit rate. This is crit damage. And every character has 50 crit damage. So 38.4 clearly does not include the base 50 crit damage every character has. So, okay, yeah, 38.4. 165.8 plus 38.4. Okay. Oh, not bad. 50.9. I believe White Tassel gives 23.1. So this is wow, what a clean crit rate. 74 exactly. No point, like just 0.0. 74, 165.8 plus 38.4. 74, 204. Ah, not bad. Not bad. Not bad. Okay, okay. Let's see. Let's see. Is that actually... okay, that's pretty good. Oh, attack goblet, though. Attack goblet. Okay. I guess it's, you know, it's not bad, I think. Yeah, I guess it's not too bad. I guess it's not too bad. I don't lose that much from going attack goblet versus damage goblet on Arlecchino, but I do lose a bit of damage, but not that much. Okay, so I guess I shouldn't feed that one and only attack sans that I have that has double crit. Like, no matter how bad this is, because it's the only one I have right now. Okay. Oh man, this feels so awful. I'm locking this. It's complete garbage, but it's the only one I have right now, just in case I just so happen to need it. Oh, perfect. Oh, awesome. All right. That's an awesome build. Actually, really good. 70, 200 threshold met. Wrong person approved. I think it's okay. Yeah, I think it's okay. I would have preferred like 80, 180 maybe, or like 85, 170. I would have preferred that. But 70, 200 still is pretty good. Still pretty good. Don't forget you can get only one piece of any set per cycle. One piece of any set per cycle. Sorry, what does this mean, Fahad? So if I make... Okay, if I go in here right now and I make, let's say, Whimsy. Okay, so I just showed you that I don't have how many? 4. Wow, 4 for a goblet. Jeez. Okay, if I make a pyro damage goblet, right? I just showed you that I don't have a pyro damage goblet on Whimsy. I make this and then great damage, great rate. Okay, if I do this right now, are you saying that I cannot make any other Whimsy piece this cycle? Is that what you mean? Like, I have to wait the next cycle to make a Whimsy piece? Each set can be defined 1 times. Is that this? Is this what you're talking about? They didn't say anything about that. That's awful. Okay. Define artifacts. Defining artifacts, you must choose a set piece. Okay, definition complete. Sacrifice elixir will be consumed. Piece designated. Single artifact set may undergo 1 designation. A single artifact set may undergo 1 designation per cycle, regardless of piece. Oh. Okay. Wow, that sucks. That sucks so bad. Like, this thing, okay, like it's because it's so good. No matter how much I hate it, I can't just bench it like the item transmuter or something, whatever that thing is. But man, sure, like, I would sure love to just completely bench this thing and just leave it. Don't even bother using it. Better than Better than having this not exist at all. I mean, like, is it really even better? Okay, I'm gonna... If I make this right now, I roll it, I get defense percent, I get flat defense, and then all my other rolls go into flat defense and defense percent. Would it really have been better? I feel like I would have preferred they didn't give me this thing. I would have been able to... Okay, look, sure, I guess I have a lot of Mora. Yeah, right. But I wouldn't have lost all that Mora upgrading all those artifacts to get one more one more sanctifying elixir, which by the way cannot even make me even a single piece. Like there's no... Okay, I guess sure, flower and feather, sure, I guess. But yeah, I used up all that Mora, all those artifacts, which by the way, I could have strongboxed. I could have strongboxed. Yes, exactly, right? Like a lot of Mora and Artifact XP. Yeah, because yes, Artifact XP too, because you need upgraded artifacts for this, right? Like normally, I wouldn't have used artifact like 4 stars and 3 stars to level up another +4. I would have just used my previous trash +4 to level up my next +4. Right? And that's why I saved up so many of these +4s, because I wanted to make sure that I had more than enough to feed into this to make that one elixir. And now instead what happened was I lost all that artifact XP. And sure, technically they're giving us like some artifact XP, like from the battle pass. They removed a couple of like battle pass stuff, and then they gave us like this thing. But 20, like it's not even the big ones. It's the small one. Really? Per battle pass period, not per week, per battle pass period. Let's be real. You talk about strongbox, but you don't. The strongbox realistically doesn't give you anything either. You could argue how you feed into strongbox and get nothing. You know, actually, yeah. Well, all right. I'll give that one to you. I hardly ever do use the strongbox, but hey, the strongbox has saved me countless times already. That one time when I finally got Hutao C1 and Homa on my third account, and I had nothing for her. I had no artifacts for her. And in one single day, like I just so happened to be full on artifacts on that day that I finally got Hutao C1 and Homa on my third account, that I got kind of lucky. I know that that was like higher than average luck, that in one day I strongboxed, and in that same day I got the set, like the 4-piece what is it, crimson set that I have on Hutao now on my third account. It's not perfect, it's not a whale build, but it's certainly it's certainly your average end game player build, right? And that's thanks to the strongbox. This thing, it gives me one quote-unquote perfect artifact once every few months, maybe. Because, like, okay, here's the thing, right? This time, we're only able to make. Let's say I'm just making a circlet, for example, which means in 5.0, a single patch, I could make 2 perfect artifacts, quote unquote perfect artifacts, right? They could roll well, but both of them could also roll terribly, in which case I just got 2 pieces of trash. Wherein I could have fed all those artifacts into the strongbox, and it actually could have gotten nothing, But I also could have gotten more than just two pieces, of, like two good artifacts. So just don't hope. Yeah, and like I keep saying like don't hope, I don't. Yeah, I know. And like I'm not hoping. I'm just complaining that they gave us this and it somehow got my hopes up for that one moment, and then like the day it was released, I realized, oh yeah, okay, well, I guess it was too good to be true. My entire Xingqiu set came from the strongbox, right? Yeah, like I mean, like this thing's already here, so I guess we might as well use it. But like at some point, I'm probably gonna realize that this isn't even worth like feeding artifacts into it anymore. I might as well feed all of this into the strongbox at some point. And I really do hope, like right now, I'm like contemplating about this, like I'm thinking through it, like, and I'm sure some some person who's like actually good at math could probably do the math on it and tell us all here objectively that whether this thing is less value or more value than just strong boxing all of this stuff. And I certainly hope that someone does the math soon. I hope someone does the math soon. But if somebody doesn't do the math, I really do hope that I find that I eventually, no, not eventually, that I get my conclusion sooner rather than later, whether this thing is actually worth trashing all these artifacts for or not. Math is my eternal enemy. I think it's a lot of people's eternal enemy, man. Enemies, man. Uh, I highly doubt you can calculate luck. Yeah, like I mean, like there's statistics, right? Like we have a statistics subject, so you sure yes, I understand you cannot calculate luck, but you can just at the very least you can calculate averages, and that's the closest you'll ever get. It's trash. Hey, what's up, Ice Bear? Calcs for chances take thousands over runs. Oh, you mean like yeah, you mean like lots of like a big sample size. Yeah, I understand. Which realistically you aren't going to be running the actual thing for over 1,000 times. So average isn't reliable since your total isn't what you would realistically fulfill anyways. Yeah, I understand. I understand like that it would take a pretty big effort for someone to take all that data from all those players and to have like a big sample size and then do the math on all of that. I'm sure it's possible, but it would be like a pretty big effort. Um, and obviously, it's impossible for you to just do it on your own and just use your own experience as sample, like your own experience, and wait like you're probably gonna have to wait for like 25 years before you get an even significant to get an even usable sample size. But yeah, I just hope that somebody does the math on it sooner or later. Like I don't even mind if it's not completely accurate. It's I know that you're not gonna get a completely uh accurate number because it's it's RNG, right? So the closest we can get is just by taking the average. I don't know. I'm just you know me. The min maxer. You I am the min maxer. So if like look at me, right? I'm complaining that I still haven't gotten a usable whimsy set, 4-piece whimsy set on for my future Arlecchino, when I probably could just put together a really good 4-piece gladiator set for Arlecchino. But I'm like, no, that's like the whimsy set is X amount better than 4 glad. So I'm going with 4 whimsy. All you need, and you need to get lucky on your rolls too. Yeah, exactly, right? Like you would use the transmuter for 1,000 times playing the game. The game would have long ended and closed already. Yes, that's true. That's true. By the way, I'm coping because I still have math exam paper too, next week, and I hate math. Take my words with a grain of salt. Yeah, right, right. Yeah, I know. It's like, and it's always good to have this like, it's like a constructive argument. It's like I have this belief, these are my thoughts on it, and this is my conclusion, therefore this is my belief, and like you have like the opposite side, me, of what I have, and like that's good, that's a good, like argument to have, is like who knows, right? Like I do try to be as objective as I can be, as much as I can, as often as I can. But obviously, I'm human, so sometimes I might see red. I might just see red, and I don't see like the light at the end of the tunnel. At least unlike some people, that's like, oh, how dare you argue while I'm here? You can take it from your point of view. Yes, exactly. Bro, good news. Oh, what's up? What's the good news, Asuna? Did you get someone? Are we getting... is the artifact transmuter getting upgraded? That would be good news. Alright, I'm kind of contemplating right now. Should I make that Pyro Whimsy goblet? Because if it does roll... Man. The scholarship, remember? Oh! 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 Wait. No. Really? C6R5 Kinich incoming. No, that's... The scholarship is way better than a C6R5 character of any game, man. Just got transferred into my bank account. Whoa, how did... It made it! The more thought you put into it, it's gonna be worse. Well, the thing is though, like I'm trying to... no, I'm not trying to do anything, but I'm complaining about how they somehow took something that should have been plug and play. It should have like they put it in the game and it solved everything. It should have been that, right? Because like it's not a simple problem. No. Actually, it is a simple problem, right? Just let us make artifacts and let us pick the substats and main stats, right? It should have been simple, but I understand that would have been. I don't know if I would consider that OP because no, it still wouldn't have been OP. They somehow took that and somehow they neutered it so much that it's barely anything. Just treat it like any normal artifact you get in a domain run. Yeah, it's hard to treat it like that because it just costs so much, you know? Like I had to like remember what I just said where normally when I get an artifact that I need to upgrade to +4 because it has potential, I would just feed my previous trash 4-star into it. This whole patch, I didn't do that. I had to feed our actual artifact fodder, like 4 stars and 3 stars, into like every +0 artifact that had a potential to be good at +4. And that's why I have so many +4s, which I almost never do, by the way. I'm like, I haven't even gotten screwed yet, and I'm already feeling salty. That's sort of what's happening to me right now. Let's go phone shopping. Hey, wait. Are you sure you should be using that money for a new phone? Shouldn't you be using that money for something else? I mean, like I know it's your money, right? Like I know, like I don't know. I'm just yeah. I just hope that money is not supposed to be for something else. But hey, congratulations, Asuna. See, I told you. Just like it'll all work out. If it doesn't, then like okay, well screw it. The world sucks, right? Let's can't do anything about it. But hey, it worked out. RJ being a good dad, no. Well, okay. Here's the thing, right? We were literally just talking about the Artifact Transmuter, and we were at least me. I've been arguing about like was spending all that artifact XP and all those 5-star artifacts that could have gone into the strong box worth it for the chance to get a guaranteed artifact with guaranteed main stats and substats, but still, despite spending all of that, still have the chance, quite a big chance, by the way, for that artifact that you spent so much on, so much Mora and other artifacts on, for that artifact to, like, there's still quite a high chance that that artifact will just turn into garbage. Yeah, like it's a little harder to treat it like that because it costs so much. So I'm already salty. I haven't even gotten screwed yet, and I'm already salty. Just because I know I'm gonna get screwed. They didn't say anything about it in the stream. Yeah, and like that's the thing though, is like they really got me. Like I hate, that's the part that I hate the most, is like I'm normally very skeptical. But they really got me that special program. They really got my hopes up. Can I remind you that this is a game? Okay, so yes, sure. Okay, you're right. This is a game. But my time is not a game. And then you can say, okay, but yeah, well, all right, just spend your time playing some other game then. And then I'm like, okay, and then I'm like a stupid kid just making this stupid argument. Like, but I like this game. Ah, man. Okay, whatever. I think I'm gonna go for that. Hang on, let me think. Did anyone need an upgrade? Technically, I might need my elixirs for Mabuika, because I still have yet to farm for Mabuika. I'm trying to think, like, who else do I need something on? So, okay, the Arlecchino stuff. I'm so thankful, by the way, that Xilonen does not even need any stats. I'm so happy that I don't even need to bother with stats on Xilonen. Like maybe Fav Sword, which means I might want crit rate on her at least, but I'm just so happy. Defense and ER, like defense. Do we like? I guess for if you want more healing, like if you're somebody that is most likely going to be running her in teams where you don't have a shield or like any form of damage mitigation, like damage reduction or resistance interruption, or other healers in the team, sure, maybe, right? Like yeah. You might need her burst and or healing every rotation. But what if you don't, right? What if you're not, like, what if you don't actually need that? Then that means you don't even need anything. You just need the 4 set. Defense is only for damage now. I don't know yet. Yeah, I don't know yet. I'm just guessing, but I feel like if her damage scales off of defense, then I don't know. I would imagine her healing also would scale off of defense. It'd be weird if it scaled off of something else. It'd be so weird. Yeah, I just thought about it just now. Like, what if we're scaling? What if we're healing scaled off of HP? Right? Like everything in her kit just works out so well, and like except for that one part, it's so weird. Like, I mean, sure they've done that already with Jinyan. They've already done that with Jinyan, but I can't imagine them doing the same thing to a 5-star, especially a 5-star where every other part of their kit already works out so well. RJ, don't you min-max? Since you are farming the domain, you might as well give her good enough artifacts to work in any team. Okay, so I haven't thought out that far yet. Like, I've only thought about so far 2 or like 3 teams that I could put her in, and those teams don't really need anything from her at all. So there's the like the Nivelet team, right? Like replacing Zhongli with Xilonen, the Nivelet Farina Kazuha team. But I don't see myself using that team very often, at least not yet, especially because I don't have C1 yet, which is the resistance to interruption. So it's still kind of cringe to use, depending on what enemies I'm fighting. I will at least test it out just to see how big of an upgrade it is. And maybe I'll probably use it if I'm fighting enemies that are not very aggressive. Not very aggressive and yeah, not very deadly. But once I do get C1, then yeah, you bet I'll be using that team. I also don't see why. Why would I need any other stats, right? Why would I need... Okay, I guess if I use her burst... Well, I mean, like, Nivelet heals so much. He... Like, I don't... There's no room for Nivelet to heal anymore. Or, sorry, no, for any healer to heal Nivelet anymore. You drain your HP to 50%, and then you pick up new orbs, and then instant 100%. So there's no more place for the healing to go. You know what I mean? So, um, okay. And the other team that I was thinking of was an Arlecchino team. Um, Raiden, Quicken, Raiden Quicken. And if other than a Raiden, like basically Quicken teams, I have Chlorine too, yeah. So like all my Quicken teams. And I don't know. I just don't see any stats on her really helping out at all. Well, I guess Raiden Quicken, because most of it, because Raiden already has like the best resistance to interruption in the game, right? So I don't mind not running a damage reduction character or like a shielder for my Raiden hyper carry teams. So having having a decent amount of healing on that team would be nice. But yeah, you're right. Like, I am a min maxer, but at the same time, I min max. I would like to min max my damage, my like all the other stuff, like my healing, my defensive utility, etc., right? Like all that stuff. But another thing that I also min max is I min max how much I get from how much I spend. That's really like the most of what I min max, and that's why I've been complaining for the last hour about this thing. About this thing is like what I min max the most is how much I get for how much I spend, and I've spent so much on just getting elixirs, and I feel like I'm not getting anything, especially because okay, guaranteed artifact, yes, but the likelihood of it rolling poorly and just turning out to be garbage anyway, after I spent like all that, right? Like it's yeah, that's the yeah. Are you really going to get her C2 and give her ugly artifacts? Wait, her? Arlecchino? No, no, I'm not getting C2. I don't think I'm. No. I mean, like what does C2 do again? I remember C1 is better than her C1, but I also remember C2 being okay. No, Blood that do and first supply. Wow. Wow, really? That's pretty cool. Okay. You don't even need to wait. It's just instant. Okay. Absorbs. Oh, it's a big nuke. Okay. Okay. It's a big nuke. Unleashes Bloodfire in front of her, dealing this, increasing all her elemental resistance and physical resistance. Okay. For 15 seconds, trigger once every 10 seconds. So it's a big nuke, and I guess it makes it so that, well, yeah, I guess it makes it so that you don't have to use her E swap off to do your rotation. You can just start doing your rotation on your other characters and then go on her. But then, like, okay, so it's very unlikely that I'd be running Arlecchino without Bennett. But because Arlecchino's normal attacks, like, they move her a lot. Like, they make her move a lot. Bro, still yapping about artifacts? Yes, I was. Yes, I was, Mr. J. Um, Arlecchino's, like, her animations, like, her normal attack animations, like, they make her move forward a lot. Right? So, staying in Bennett's AoE, especially because, like, it also pushes enemies quite far. Especially smaller enemies. So Bennett is a good support for Arlecchino, but not that good in my opinion. Especially because like the AO, the Bennett circle impact, right? Like it's kind of annoying. I like to E and swap off. Or skill generate scored particles. Yeah, So then okay, so the nuke, sure, yeah, whatever, right? But like this part right here makes it so that if you're running her with Bennett or with any other pyro character, you could just, you don't have to start with her, press E and then back to your other characters and then go back to Arlecchino. You can just go straight into your other characters again, as long, especially if you're running a team that, wait, with Xilonen this wouldn't matter. So like the only team that this would matter in would be if you needed to swirl. If you needed, if your red shred slash buffer was Kazuha, was an Animo character with VB. Because what I'm thinking is like, what if you run your team? Yeah, okay, you have C2, and you're running a team where Arlecchino is the only pyro character, and your buffer slash red shredder is Kazuha. Right? So if you don't start with Arlecchino, then you can't apply Pyro, therefore you can't swirl Pyro. So this part of her C2 will be completely useless. You would still start with Arlecchino. But if you replace Kazuha with Xilonen, then it doesn't matter. You can just start your rotation however you want to. You can just say, you can just go, you can just put Arlecchino in the last part of your rotation. RJ, just remember that Bennett will be better than Xilonen. Oh, yeah, of course, of course. 46 damage cup, 46 damage from passive, 48 damage from tassel, 40 damage from Xilonen artifacts, and tassel is very low base attack. Oh, right, yeah. Oh, sorry, the her you were talking about. I'm an idiot. Okay, I'm an idiot. The her you were talking about was Xilonen. Till you hit an enemy. Also, her normal attacks are super easy to change directions midway. Nah. Um. Yeah, I don't think. I mean, like the nuke is nice, and the resistance. The resistances are nice, and if only I could afford it. I like. There is no reason for me not to get it. In fact, if only I could afford it, like I would absolutely go C3 with so many characters that I already have. Like I already went C3 with Raiden Shogun, right? Like you know that I'm willing to go to C3 for a lot of these characters that I think are worth it. But that is so long as I can afford it. Yeah. Eventually though. Eventually I will go all the way to C3 on Arlecchino. Eventually I will go C3 all the way to C3 on Nahida, Arlecchino, Nebulette, um, even Xilonen, but eventually, sort of like how I went about with Ganyu. Yeah, but that's at the very least, these characters. Oh, what is this? Oh, oh, okay. All right. Thank you though, but I already did this. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. How about you, wrong person? Are you thinking of like any characters you're thinking of getting constellations on? I mean, not anytime soon, but like in the super long term. Yeah. What about you guys in chat? Yeah, you guys thinking of like any constellations you guys are thinking of getting in the super long term? They gave me this. Wow, it's like, see, I just started. Like literally got the artifact, and all right, they already screwed me. They gave me the lowest possible rolls on that crit rate and crit damage. They gave me defense percent and flat HP. So I can already see this going downhill really quickly. See? So all that complaining, and I was right. All the complaining, and I was right. RJ, remember my emblem sands? Yeah, I remember your emblem sands, and I can already see this going the same way. I'm thinking C6 Kazuha and Farina. C6 Farina? You want to use her as a DPS? Kazuha, like I think Kazuha is pretty fun as a DPS. I mean, especially because I actually have like first-hand experience with it. Like my friend's Kazuha is C6, and it's really fun. It's really fun. See, see, yeah. All that complaining was, yeah, and like the thing too. Here's the worst part. The worst part is, it's not completely unusable. It's not completely unusable because at least they gave me some crit rate and it has some crit damage. The worst part is how terrible it is, and I can't even throw it away because I don't have anything else. So, yeah, like, all right, that's already a bit of experience on my part that this thing is completely not worth it. So, next cycle, I'm probably gonna get, my other, what's the word? Elixir, and I'll be able to make another goblet, and because it's another cycle, I'll be able to make another pyro whimsy goblet. And if that still rolls, yeah, like that, then yeah, I'm out. I'm not spending a single piece of artifact. I'm not spending any more artifacts on getting elixirs from here. From here. I will take the elixirs that I get from the open world. I will use them, but I won't be getting elixirs from here. Because this is absolute dog garbage. Dog garbage value. At least the elixirs from the open world are free. Right? I don't have to spend anything on them. I'll just get those elixirs, make my artifacts, right? And that's it. But I'm not spending, like, I might as well throw these into the strongbox. The pain, yeah. It didn't hurt me as much. Yeah, see? Because again, I expected the worst. Remember what I said earlier? If I expect the worst, if the worst happens, then I'll be like, see? What did I tell you? If the best happens, I'd be like, all right, thank you very much. But if I expected the best and the best happens, I'd be like, wow, thank you. But if the worst happened, this would probably be my last stream. This would have been my last stream if I my last stream of Genshin. And then you would just see me selling my accounts on our Discord server. Okay, RJ, at least you have a fellow sufferer. Maybe you should save your elixir until people... You should save your elixir until people complain enough for Hoyo to improve it. That's another thing. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That is certainly something that we could do, right? Because, like, okay, yes, that's true, because so far, Hoyo has been killing it financially. Right? Dibs. Dibs. Just calls dibs right away. So far, Hoyo has done really well financially. At least, especially Genshin, right? They've done a bang-up job developing the Genshin brand. Which, and this has caused Genshin, despite, it's a good game. Yeah, it's a good game. But despite all its flaws and all the stuff that I hate about it, and like you guys just complained about one of the worst parts about it. All right, despite all its faults, it's still a really good game, right? But despite all the things about it that all the long-term and new players hate about it, it's still doing really well financially, which means Genshin might still be here for a long time, which means the odds of something big like the Artifact Transmuter being improved in the future, it could happen, right? And remember, okay, they said, they didn't say, from what I remember, from what I remember, they didn't say that, oh, we're gonna add more 5 stars to the standard banner in the future. They just said that the standard banner is changing in the future. They just said that. At least that's what I remember. Right? So what if they do add some standard 5 stars onto the standard banner? Or sorry, not standard 5 stars. Some limited 5 stars onto the standard banner. And but we've already spent, like, me, I don't even know how much, like, how many acquaint fates I've already used up on the standard banner. I don't even know how many. Uh right? Like I've already spent on, how many acquaint fates I've already spent on the standard banner. What if they suddenly add like some other like limited 5 star characters onto the standard banner, and then I'd be like, well, wait, that's unfair. I already spent like my, I don't know, my last, I don't know, like 500 maybe at this point. Like I've been playing this game for 3-4 years already. So like, what about all my other like 500 acquaint fates from the last 4 years? Don't I get a chance to roll those again so that I get a chance to get these new character that you put on the standard banner? It'll profit either way. Standard banner character, 100% chance to appear on limited. Standard banner character, 100% chance to appear in limited banners. Best chance ever. Just admit that the game isn't bad and people just love looking for things to complain about. Yes, and that's why I'm complaining. No, I mean, like, yeah. I'm complaining about it because I like this game. I like this game and I don't want to hate it. I don't want to hate this game. But I do. And that's why I'm not happy. It's because I like this game, but I hate some parts of it. They was saying this is unfair for them to release new characters because you spent your wishes on a previous banner. Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. But the thing is, like, it's a different banner. At least, like, we know that this is cycling, right? Like, it's gonna be like, we know that this is gonna be like different in a few days. Like everyone knows that. Whereas this one, we kind of just, like, everyone just thought for a very long time that this would remain the same. So we've sort of just, not really thought about it. We've just thrown all our quaint fates at it this whole time. So yeah, at least like we know that this changes every like, couple of weeks. So it's slightly, it's, yes, it's the same, but it's also slightly different because like expectations are slightly different. And that's why, yeah, that's why I've been piling up on my acquaint fates. I don't know. I just realized like I'm not getting anything good from the standard banner anyway, so I might as well like pile this stuff up, and like maybe it'll get better in the future. Who knows? If it does, then hey, great. All right. Okay. I guess time to use the main account's Artifact Transmuter. Get your Dia while she's hot. Excuse me. While she's hot? Will the day ever come that she's not hot anymore? Don't think so. Don't think so. Like, she's a digital character, so she's not really gonna age. In fact, what's gonna age is my taste in her. That's gonna age, and that age is like fine wine. Tried to pull for Raiden's weapon, but I got Kinich's weapon. Yikes! I'm so sorry to hear that, Arya. Do you have Kinich? Wow, is this a... Okay, well, I don't know. Like, alright. Is that a bad artifact? It's so weird. Wait, what? Where... Locked? Why would I... Why would I pick locked? Okay. What's the misclick then? Oh, wait, I know why I picked locked. Oh. This thing, yeah. The only way this doesn't go in the trash pile is if it gives me a max crit rate or max crit damage roll. Other than that, it's going... Man, I hate getting artifacts like these. It's so hard to decide. Is it trash or not? Because it's not like I have anything else. Well, okay, let me check. Let me check. Do I actually have anything else? Because if I don't have anything else, then that's... Yeah, it's not trash. Oops, no. And... Yeah. I mean, it's not even that much worse than what I have now. Okay, so it's slightly worse than this. But not that much. Man, yeah, okay. Well, I hate getting artifacts like these. It's artifact XP for your next artifact transmuter. That's a good way to cope, man. That's a good way to cope. Okay, that's definitely trash. Wow, that's so unusual. I thought I had more garbage than this. Yeah, okay. Oh, too much. Too much. Hmm. All right. They could be sued if they add limited characters into standard banner. I'm sure they can. I mean, for all we know, they could be sued for just breathing, right? I mean, like, here's the thing. There's so many reasons for anyone to sue anyone. Will it stick? Not likely. Not likely. Even if it does stick. All right. So, here's an example. How many millions of dollars have companies like Google, Apple, Facebook, how many millions of dollars have they had to pay for, you know, like all the stuff that the government has sued them for? Right? Tens? Couple of 10 millions? Couple of 100 million? Couple of 100 million every few years? Sure. But how many billion do they earn for them continuing to do the same crime that they already, you know, that they already went to trial for? Right? So it's clearly works. Clearly makes them more money than how much they're spending for getting punished for it. So, yes. You could sue Hoyo for doing something like that. But they could just do it again and just pay whatever fees that they were, you know, fees that they were that the court tells them to pay, and then just do it again. What if Hoyo adds standard constellations and Starglitter Shop? Oh, that would be nice. Starglitter Shop. That would be a reason to hold on to Starglitter. Hey, what's up, Scoop? Long time no see, man. Long time no see. How have you been? How have you been? Yeah, that would be a pretty good reason to hold on to Starglitter. You know, I was pretty surprised when they added crowns here. It's pretty expensive though, so I don't think 50 Starglitter, dude. 50 Starglitter. That's a 10 pull. Like, look at this, 50, right? Like 50 for one crown. That is not worth it. I would probably pay. I'd probably pay like 3 pulls for this. Yeah, I'd probably pay like 15 Starglitter for this, but 50, no. It took them 4 years to give a free 5-star. My Tainari is finally C6. What? Wait, is that good news, Scoop? I mean, like, Tainari C6 is pretty good, but that means you would have had to get Tainari somehow. 7 times. So, okay. Whether that was on the standard banner, that would be good news. But if that was on the, on the character banner, I don't, I don't know if that's good news, because that could have been 7 new characters. Right? That could have been 7 new 5-star characters. I mean, I don't know, like, maybe you just like his playstyle. Sure, that would be great. Yeah, congrats. Having double crowned? Oh, wow, really? Okay, then you really like his playstyle then. Well, okay, I guess in that case, congrats, man. Congrats. 150 to 200 would be a great price. That's sort of what I was thinking, yeah, 200. 200 sounds reasonable for a standard 5-star constellation. Although I highly doubt, I think mostly whales will be getting those. But even then, like, whales eventually will realize that they will still they will eventually get all the standard 5-star constellations, just by wishing on the regular, like, these banners. So I think eventually they'll stop buying constellations from the shop. I got C5 and a selector and a single on the standard. Oh, that's pretty good. Not bad, not bad. Okay, well, congrats, Scoop. Congrats, man. Gathering Wives has limited what? Gathering Wives has limited banner character constellations in its Starglitter shop. Gathering Wives? You mean Wuthering Waves? Is that a typo? Is that autocorrect or something? Gathering Wives. Or wait, that's on purpose, isn't it? Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it's okay. That was on purpose. Has limited banner character constellations in Starglitter shop. And that's good for them. They actually thought of it. You know, that's the more I heard about Wuthering Waves, like before it came out, by the way, before it came out, because I just heard Wuthering Waves this, Wuthering Waves that, like every time, all the time. So I sort of knew so much about Wuthering Waves, even though I wasn't even planning on playing it. Uh, that, like, eventually I just had this, like, picture in my head that you could very clearly see that Wuthering Waves is made by, like, okay, either a competing game developer, um, who, who just happened to look at the best example of this genre of games, with, at least at the time, Genshin Impact, and then they took the best parts of it and they changed the parts that they didn't think were good. And yeah, lo and behold, we got this. Or it also feels like maybe the devs played Genshin Impact and they were like, "Wow, this is a really good game. You know what? I want to play this." And maybe because I want to play this, lots of other people might want to play this too, which means we can make money off of this. But wait, I hate this about Genshin. I hate this. I hate that. I hate this. I like this. I like that. And then they just, it was like some passionate Genshin player hated a few things about it, kept the stuff he liked about it, and changed the stuff he didn't like about it. It's been months since a male character released. Not even 4 stars. Really? Wait. Okay. Well, they know who their target demographic is. Every standard character was a limited banner character at some point. Up to Sumeru, they released standard characters. Hoyo should make a Natlan standard 5 star. Hmm. Hmm. Every standard character was a limited banner character at some point. What do you mean? Every standard was a limited character at some point in Genshin? I don't get it. Sorry, what? Well, I guess technically Dia and Kainari were once standard, or no, not standard, limited 5 stars, and then they moved, they put them on the standard banner, but not every character. The game's dying because of trash story writing, and I'm happy about it. Even though I have multiple 5 stars after and their signatures, I just can't stand the amount of chaos and hate the release of new games like Wuthering Waves have generated. WUWA is good. I really enjoy it, but I still play Star Rail and Genshin as well. Ah, I see. I see. Is Xilonen standard banner, please? Kaching banner. I think it means every region has a standard banner. Every region has a standard banner. Every region? So okay, well, huh? Who, so who's? What about Inazuma? Diluc didn't have one. Jean didn't have one. Chi Chi didn't have one. Mona didn't have one. So no, not every character. And just because Kaching had her own banner doesn't mean she was a doesn't mean she was a limited 5 star. She was already a standard 5 star, and I don't know what Hoyo was thinking, why they gave her her own banner, but yeah, no. Oh, you know what I think the Kaching banner was? I think they just wanted to change the timing of yeah, I think they just wanted to change the schedule for when each patch happened. I think that's what that was. Yeah, I think they just used it as a way for them to change the schedule of when the patches started and when the patches ended. Inazuma, is that a rumored new region? No, nobody knows about it. I wonder how many of the new players haven't even gone to Inazuma. I don't know. I feel like there's a really high percentage of new players who haven't gone to Inazuma. It's just too much trouble. Or like maybe they've done the they started the quest to get to Inazuma, and then they realize, wait, I can't even explore. I'm stuck on this tiny island. No way. I'm going to Sumeru. I'm going to Fontaine, Natlan. And then like at this point, Hoyo can't really do anything about it because it's the story is already there. So they're like, well, okay, screw it, whatever. But I don't know, like, right? I wonder. Huh? I've never heard anyone talk about that before. I wonder if there's data on it somewhere online. I remember I hate the quest to stop the rain in Izuma. Oh, on one of the islands, yeah, that was kind of an annoying quest. It was pretty long too. On I believe Yashiori Island. Yeah, yeah, Yashiori Island. And man, I hate that okay, I don't remember what was that quest to remove the electro thing here that was killing you all the time, and to finally unlock the world boss. That was right. And if you wanted to get character, if you wanted to get Toma, wanted to raise Toma, and I don't know who else uses the materials from this island, the flowers from this island, but like if you wanted, I think Ito uses this boss mat as well. Mm, yeah, right. Like you had to go through that entire world quest, like that super long, pretty good by the way, pretty good writing, world quest, but unfortunately not voiced world quest. It was also kind of obscure. Like you had to know where to find the NPC to start the quest to go to Surumi Island. Right? Like if you didn't know, like if you didn't just so happen to stumble upon it, like you would never be able to find out how to go to Surumi Island. Sacred Sakura quest. Well, at least the Sacred Sakura quest, it didn't lock too many important things behind it. Like, okay, so if you wanted to get all the Electroculi, then yeah, you wouldn't be able to get that, to get all of them without doing the Sacred Sakura quest, because like a couple of the Electroculi were Electroculuses were in areas locked by that quest. And Yunjin needs that boss too. Oh, Yunjin, man. Okay, well, at the very least, like Yunjin's like oh, mm, the most likely. Sorry, like the likelihood that you would be needing to raise Yunjin would be if you had Yoimiya. Yoimiya and a few other characters, like I don't know, maybe Arlecchino. I guess, sure, but like who is using Yunjin with Arlecchino? Um, the players that do have Yoimiya do actually use Yoimiya, which means they're most likely they need to raise Yunjin, which is unfortunate because you have to go here. But yeah, the players that don't have Yoimiya are, well, they don't have Yoimiya because they don't want Yoimiya, right? Which means they are very unlikely to need to raise Yunjin. So thank goodness. But yeah, it's unfortunate that those players do need to go to Surumi Island. Um, man, yeah, Inazuma was kind of a nightmare to explore. Does anyone still have the mask for the Hakushin ring? You know, I was kind of disappointed when I'm. I am on my main account, and I'm pretty sure it was this account that I didn't know what it was. And like as soon as I got it, I was like, "Oh, what's this? Use? Oh, what? Oh. Well, I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to do that. Like I was kind of disappointed that I used it. I didn't want to do it. Meanwhile, the R&R quest marking in the corner. Well, okay, well, that's a whole can of worms. The R&R quest is a different can of worms. Man, I can't believe it. The R&R quest, man. It's the R&R quest just made it so that this place completely unavailable. This place completely unavailable. Two, not very, at least they weren't very important parts of the map, but Still, parts of the map. Man, Sumeru had the same design concept as Inazuma. At least the earlier parts of Sumeru. Um, yeah, like the concept in Inazuma was that they would lock part, like they would limit how much free exploration you were able to do um behind world quests, because they wanted you to do the world quests, right? They wanted players to quote unquote consume the content that they made, and that content included big world quests and collecting oculi and chests and doing puzzles and all of that stuff. But hey, oh, there's a precious chest behind this closed door. I could see it right there. I wonder how you open it. And then at some point you find the world quest for it, and you're like, oh, I have to finish this world quest. At some point you go on Google and you're like, okay, oh, it's a world quest. I have to start it here. There's an NPC that I gotta go to here. Right? So like it was built with the same concept. Like, oh, here's an example. There was like, I remember I only ever did that quest once. I did like a super long world quest in Inazuma, or sorry, Sumeru, that unlocked the underground of this place. And it was like, I don't know. I to this day I regret. I was surprised by how deep I went into the mountain. I was like, whoa, this is cool. It's unlocked. I'm like, I was happy, but how much time I spent on that quest? I don't think it was worth it. I really don't think it was worth it. And there was like another, I don't remember. Was that a quest? There was like, yeah, like this place. I don't remember if that was a quest. Was that a quest? I don't remember. It was something. We had to go underground here. I enjoyed the first time I did Inazuma. The first time. Did you have to do it a second time? Still remember, RJ forced the kids he was teaching into labor to do his R&R request for him. What? What? What does this mean, wrong person? According to you, which region had the toughest puzzles? Toughest puzzles. Inazuma. Yeah, I think, yeah, I would say Inazuma. Inazuma, because like, remember those like platform things? And, oh, not even those. Like those like blocks that you had to hit. Like, was there even a pattern to that thing, or was that just completely random? To this day, I don't know. By the way, I still don't know if that thing has a pattern or not. I still kind of just went like, I don't know. To this day, I just did all of those things random. I help my friends a lot, so I've done Inazuma exploration at least. Oh god, 5 times. Inazuma. Oh, you're killing me here. You remember you said you asked them to, oh, press this, like spam through the dialogue for you? What? I did? No, I don't. No, I never did anything like that. I don't remember saying anything like that. Maybe you misunderstood it. Like maybe I was, maybe it was like super late into the stream and like I told the story and like my wording was weird. Maybe that's what happened. But no, I mean like, so what I did was during work I would just be like in world quests or in an Archon quest or in some quest. And when I didn't need to do like when I didn't need to use my mouse at work, I would just be like spamming through dialogue. Yeah, it's all right, man. I was actually wondering if Snezhnaya full map would be like Dragon Spine. Man, what a nightmare. Oh, just remember the memes about how hard it will be after Inazuma? Wait, what? There were memes about it? No? I don't remember any. What kind of memes? So were they memes like saying that Inazuma puzzles were so hard that like the rest of the like Sumeru, Fontaine, Natlan, and Snezhnaya would just have so much harder puzzles? I don't think I saw any memes about that. Yeah, and like I've as I've mentioned before, I'm not a social media guy. Imagine Snezhnaya is snowing, so you always have cryo on yourself, and Kokomi skills will always freeze you. Oh god. I have to say though, I think I haven't gone back to Dragon Spine in a very long time. So, but I don't know why. I remember the frost thing. I forgot what it's called. In yeah, on Dragon Spine was pretty bad. But for some reason, I feel like it wouldn't be so bad now. I mean, like it was. I don't know why, but I just have this feeling that it was only really bad at the time because I was just so bad at the game. And like I feel like now that I'm slightly better at the game, that I feel like it wouldn't be as big of a deal as it used to be. I don't know why I have this feeling. I'm pretty sure I'm just wrong. Barbara who? Hey, Barbara didn't get erased from from Erminsul. Oops. Jean's sister. No, he's kidding, Fahad. He's kidding. It's a joke. Yeah, because hardly anyone uses Barbara, so he's joking that he doesn't know Barbara. Anyway, I'm surprised that I somehow just blabbered my way through this entire stream. I really okay. Here's what I needed to do this stream. I needed to use up all my condensed resin, which was more than the usual because I saved up yesterday's condensed resin for today because farming XP books, or sorry, not XP books, talent books. And other than that, I just had to do like a simple picture taking event, which I expected to do in like 20 minutes, really. So I really was expecting to do a 2-hour stream, but I'm surprised that I complained and yapped for like another 2 hours after that, and like we're on our way to 4 hours now. 3 hours 55 going strong, baby. Speaking of blabbering, it was my English oral exam today. Oh, okay. How was it? I spoke confidently and fluently, but I lacked content. Oh yeah, yeah. Okay. That sounds like it makes sense. My brain too small. Yeah, it makes sense, right? Because so fluently and confidently, that is something you can practice. You can practice that in a short amount of time right before an exam. But the content, that is something that you just naturally get as you like keep using the language. It's something you get from experience, but not from just practice. Unless maybe if you knew exactly what the questions were going to be, then maybe you could have prepared the quote unquote content, right? But if it's impromptu and like you don't know what the questions are exactly, then yeah, it's something that you really can only get through experience. Anyway, I'm getting sleepy, guys. I think that's gonna be it for me today. Hey, I did chores. I yapped a lot, which I okay, check. I did chores, check. I yapped and blabbered a lot, check. I complained about something a lot, check. So hey, I checked a lot of check boxes today. Nice. It looks like I talk a lot here, but to me, it's a screen and a really cool guy on the other side of it. Oh, that's so sweet of you, man. But yeah, appreciate it, man. Thank you, thank you. Another thing too that most people, it's really hard to tell the difference. But oh no, sorry, no. Like it's most people don't realize how hard it is the transition between written English and spoken English. Right? Because like with written English, you type it, you have thoughts, you type it out, and then before you send your thoughts, you can check it. Right? You can check whether it's what like the final thing you want to say. With spoken English, there's no like thinking about it, putting it together in your head before saying it out loud. You could do that, but you just be sitting there for like a minute or two, not saying anything, just thinking. So it's very different. It's the same thought process. It's just that like the big difference is being real time. Anyway, I'm sorry guys. It's getting kind of late. So yeah. Sorry, I was just thinking back to like all the complaining I did today. Oh man. So anyway, for those of you who need help building your characters accounts and making a decision which banners to pull for, feel free to join our Discord server. Links are in the description. All my videos, VODs, and streams, and in the pinned message in YouTube chat. If you want my personal opinion, you can ping me over there. My name is Elvis Einstein. Of course, you can ask for other people's opinions too. Thank you guys so much for coming by, hanging out, and being awesome people. Have a good day, good afternoon, good evening, and take care, everybody. Bye, guys. Good night, sleep. Bye bye. All right. Thank you, Fahad. Appreciate it, man. Thank you, wrong person. And a bunch of other people. Hang on. Who's still here? Participants. Oh, wow. Really? Well, I guess participants really only show the people who are sending messages and not the people who are like watching it but not sending anything. But hey, thank you to everyone watching and lurking. Bye, everyone. Full time check.